Are we ready, Maceo?
Good morning. We have everybody, all the commissioners, the interim county manager, the county attorney, and we are now live on YouTube. Chair Howardson, you may start the meeting.
Thank you, Maceo. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and community. Call the meeting to order by reading the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. We will begin with our citizens' comments this morning. And I'll ask the clerk if there are any citizens' comments. And if there are, the deputy clerk, Maceo, will read those.
Good morning. We have one citizen comment. It is from DeWarren Langley, and I will read it now. Good morning, commissioners. I'm reaching out again to advocate for the creation of a My Brother Keepers Durham Advisory Board to provide the leadership and accountability required for a robust collective impact strategy that can transform the quality of the life of boys and young men of color. In addition, I ask commissioners to direct staff to create a revised boys and young men of color local action plan for Durham County by a cross-section of stakeholders to improve coordination, strengthen collaboration, and shared responsibility and a systematic reforms with clear goals, measurable outcome, and time frame to inform the collective impact strategy. Last week, along with other community-based nonprofit servants, attended MBK University 101, aligning cross-section sector partnerships and strategic collaborations, who should be at the table with you as you become an MBK community, which provided a clear plan of action to answer the call to become an MBK community by making a public declaration and confirming the MBK community stakeholder roundtable. In addition, the session provided perspective from local MBK communities who have successfully aligned cross-sector partners and strategic collaborations. While the MBK models offers a comprehensive framework to transform and disrupt oppressive systems in education, criminal justice, social services, economic and workforce development, there has been no strategic cross-textualization of how to function as guideposts for Durham's youth-serving organizations. Current leadership has amplified stories of good work that is happening, supported organizations with funding from corporate sponsors, and facilitated youth development workshops. However, the purpose and value added of MBK Durham is not simply to provide support, but to provide strategic coordination of systems and programs that serve BYMOC. There is currently no strategic plan accessible to the public. There is no set of a benchmark or targeted data to track progress. There is no consistent conveying of services provided to facilitate a network of core partners that can guide the work. Without these in place, how can we coordinate efforts, measure impact, and acquire the necessary resources, such as American Resource Plans funds, to sustain system change efforts? Our BYMOC deserves more. With the presentation and discussion on the newly developed Community Intervention and Support Service Department, I urge commissioners to ask and obtain answers to 4 multi-pronged questions regarding MBK Durham. 1, why a local collective impact strategy has not been developed to guide the work of MBK Durham. Is there a plan in place to develop one? Why or why not? If so, when and what will be the process? Number 2, what are strategic goals and priorities of the 4 MBK milestones advocacy teams? Who serves on these teams? How often do they meet? What have they accomplished? Number 3, what are the strategic priorities and guidelines for funding allocations to MBK partners? Specifically, how has the $100,000 from Dominion Energy been allocated? What was the process? How was the funding allocation determined? Number 4, what has MBK Durham done during the pandemic to support the ecosystem of service providers for BYMOC? This is not about one person, government, agency, or nonprofit organization. This is about the health and well-being of BYMOC. Making a transformation difference in their lives will transform us all. We have everything we need to make this happen. Let's put the leadership and governance structure in place that holds us accountability to that vision and drives outcomes for boys and young men of color in Durham. Let's capitalize on the free learning and development offerings, direct support, community coaches of on-the-ground support, community of practice by monthly conveyance to exchange feedback and share effective strategies, and MBK equity framework provided by MBK Alliance of the Obama Foundation to build sustainably systems to transform communities and improve outcomes for boys and young men of color in Durham. We need action, it's overdue. I welcome your commitment to action. In commitment of service to boys and young men of color, to Warren K. Langley.
Thank you, Maceo. Commissioners, we have 15 consent items on the agenda. And at this time, I'll ask our interim manager if she will begin to go through these and ask commissioners if they have any questions or comments.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
The first one is item 210639, an extension of a contract and budget amendment for the homeless COVID-related housing at the Carolina Duke Inn, and this is for $990,000. Commissioner D, sorry.
Thank you, Interim Manager Hager. And this is I just want to follow up on, I had sent some emails related to this, and I guess the next item as well. And just if we could, when this is on our agenda for approval, get that tracking that we were using before. That was fantastic. About any funding that we're spending COVID related that may be reimbursable for FEMA, CARES, ARPA,
Okay.
or that's coming out of the general fund. That would be great.
We can definitely do
yeah.
that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess, Drew, do you have any idea when we will get a presentation from all the homeless experts about thoughts on a strategic kind of long-term approach to our housing issues as we continue to spend a lot of money on
Yes.
things like this?
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. Drew Cummings, Chief of Staff. Good question. I first thought you were going to be asking about a report from the CDI in particular, and they actually have been working on a sort of to-date report on their activities, which includes some of their thoughts, that group of service providers' thoughts on the future. The Homeless Services Advisory Committee has also been tasked with coming up with some strategic priorities for homeless system infrastructure. We had hoped that those might be forthcoming late this calendar year. It looks like we got some communication from community development a few weeks ago that suggested that this might take a little longer than they had anticipated, which is both understandable and I don't know, say concerning, but we hope to see those as soon as possible, obviously, so we can work with the city and service providers and consider kind of what those investments might look like.
Okay, I look forward to getting that presentation to our board. Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair, may I make a quick comment about this as well? At the Homeless Services Advisory Committee recently, we received some information on our coordinated entry process and an evaluation of how it's going. And there were some interesting data points. one of which indicated that having this non-congregate shelter that we're supporting here with this extended contract is really helping our most vulnerable residents stay in housing longer. So I'm glad that we're doing this. I know we're all glad we're doing this. And I will try to remember to send to you all the document that we received from Hanalea Hoberman with some of the statistics around this. I think you all would find interesting.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, the next item is 210640, and Drew briefly talked about that one as well, the extension of the contract for COVID-related homeless duplex housing. The next one is 210643, Budget Ordinance Amendment 22 BC 03033, recognizing a $1,000 donation from the Durham Friends Meeting to the Criminal Justice Resource Center. The next one is 210644, a budget amendment to approve an additional $7,000 in additional grant funds from the Durham County ABC Board to Durham Drug Treatment Court. The next one is 210646. It's a budget amendment to recognize $3.6 million to the Division of Public, to the Public Health Department from the Division of Department of Health and Human Services for the Women's and Children's section.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Claudia out. Well, one, congratulations to Rod and his team. Congratulations to you as well. I think this is maybe the 7th one that you all got. I might not, my count might be off, but we'll just go with 7. It's the 7th one you all have been awarded. What I did want to look at, I looked at the narrative, and I could do a further deep dive. We had a lot on consent agenda, but I did notice, and we talked about this earlier this year. I know we talked about it in regular sessions about how we want to make sure that as these opportunities are coming in, we're offsetting what we might have wanted to use with ARPA. We're offsetting what we might have, right? Because we talked about, so many people had these knee-jerk reactions about what we should do with the money when we knew what was coming. So I noticed that some of this is for registered nurses and COVID testing in our schools. We allocated a certain amount of money for registered nurses and LPNs in our schools. So I guess my question is, are we, and I know that this fund, $3.6 million is not going to cover everything, because some of this is also supplies. I imagine some administrative, it says for some health programming. Are we going to make sure that we rebalance or recalculate what we're moving from ARPA into nurses, especially? I think we did something like 1.9, and then they're doing something like this is 3.6. So if maybe 7 of them can be partially funded via this, and we can reallocate something elsewhere, is that something that we're exploring?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, we will, although we identified in the budget areas that we would fund ARPA dollars, we've been very tactical in that we've not officially created those projects yet, because dollars are still coming from the feds and the state. And so if there is capacity identified from the feds or state in places that we were going to use, then that frees up those dollars for some of the other major areas. And so we will refine that list and have those conversations. But yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Thank you. I know that the recruitment has been tough. And so and believe me, I get it. But I assumed y'all were doing it, but I just wanted to highlight that. And there might be other things that we're paying for with ARPA dollars. Other grants are going to be coming in, and we have to continue to do these recalculations, which opens it up so that we can use that funding for additional opportunities throughout the year. So thank you much. I don't think I'm going to pull anything else. That was the only question I know I had when I reviewed this over the weekend. So I'll be quiet. Thank you, ma'am.
Just in regards to your question and Manager Hager, your comment, where are we as far as hiring nurses for the schools?
I am not sure if the public health director is on the phone or on the line. There is a continuous recruitment cycle for nurses. It's ongoing, and we can follow up with where we are now with that recruitment and give you a better answer later in the week.
Be great. Did you have something, Ms. Peters? If she went away.
Oh, good morning to the commissioners and interim county manager and attorney. I was just actually going to say the very same thing that Manager Hager said. And that, of course, we know that nurses are hard to fill positions, but I was in contact with the health director, and they are doing all they can to fill those positions to serve. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, and thanks for that information. I was just wondering if this might be a good topic for our joint meeting to discuss or get a briefing on together with the Board of Education on this collaborative effort that we have going forward with the schools, funding from the county, local funding from the county for more school nurses, and now this additional funding, which I assume is just one-time allocation, not recurring. And of course, our funding for school nurses, we want to be recurring. But anyway, if you think it's a good idea, Chair Howerton and Manager Hager, I think it's something we should consider getting briefed on together.
Okay, Commissioner Carter, I'll have that conversation with Manager Hager and with the school board chair. And if we can get it on to this our next schedule, we'll add it the next time. Okay, thanks. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I'm glad we're discussing this. I think it's really important. And I think that Commissioner Burns brought up a great point about ways the funding could be used, because the way the item was described, it from what I remember, it was focusing on testing. And so my question was, and I looked at the scope of work too, and it seems like has a much broader, it can be used for a lot of things. So my question was going to be, what are we planning to use it for? It's fantastic. It's a lot of money. And I hope that we're going to really look at all the possible ways. I don't know if Rod is here, but maybe he could just send an email letting us know what the vision is around the ongoing testing. I know from a parent told me recently how great the testing is going in Durham Public Schools, where parents can sign up to have their child tested weekly. Their child was in a high school, and they get, that they've got a system going where they pull the kids out and they do batch testing. And this parent told me they got the results within 24 hours. It was, their child wasn't out of their class for very long. So knowing that this is going to be an ongoing COVID, we don't know when the end is in sight. I'd be also curious to learn about just what the plan is around testing in the schools with the help of the nurses.
I think number 3 says provide and support other school health program activities that foster healthy students in school and ready to learn. So I think that gives a wide breadth of things that it can be used for. And I'm sure that Rod can give us a list, but or maybe not, because it sounds like that gives him a lot of flexibility of how the money can be used. Anything else? Okay, back to you, Claudia. We'll move on.
Great. We have a budget ordinance amendment increasing grant funding for integrated reentry services. And this is for our Criminal Justice Resource Center. For number 210649, facade restoration at the Durham County Agricultural Building. And this is a contract approval. The next one is 210652. This is a budget ordinance amendment for social services to recognize funding in the amount of $70,340 from the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS coronavirus as authorized by the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. The next one is 210653, approval of a contract amendment with Insight Global LLC for an IS&T technical writer, and this is for $38,896. The next one is 210659, a budget ordinance amendment to recognize $196,249 in grant funding and approval of an interlocal agreement for the 2021 Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistant Grant. Okay, the next one is 210660, a contract approval with BAS Echo Spectral technology to complete installations and upgrades at multiple county locations. The next one is 210661 to appropriate $250,000 in 2021 LOBS funding to lease convenience site upgrades and to approve the execution of a purchase of goods contract with Baker's Waste Equipment. The next one is 210662, contract approval for replacement of synthetic turf at the Durham County Memorial Stadium.
Commissioner Carter?
I just want to make a quick comment about this. I was excited to see this. The mention of this natural material that's going to be used instead of the crumb rubber infill, something called Brock fill. It looked like it was a newer sort of material that they're using. And I think it looked like it would be healthier for the environment, healthier for the players. It's more sustainable, natural product. So I was really, really happy to see this and just wanted to comment about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next one is 210664, a budget amendment for public health to recognize an additional $7,000 in revenue and to approve public health fee schedule changes. The next one is 210665, contract approval for HVAC equipment maintenance and repair services at various Durham County facilities.
Did I see your hand, Commissioner Long? Okay.
Commissioners, that concludes the list of consent items.
Okay. Thank you. Interim Manager Hager, appreciate that. Now we're going to move on to our discussion items. And the first one is 210681, Bull City United Expansion Update and Community Intervention Support Service Department Update. And this is conversation about the update for Bull City United, My Brother's Keeper, and Project Build programs. And we have Joanne Pierce, General Manager, on the line to provide an update.
Good morning, everyone. I am Joanne Pierce, General Manager for Health and Wellbeing. I am glad to be with you today and to share this update. And I want to just share with you that this presentation represents a 90-day period per the city-county interlocal agreement that expanded Bull City United from the 7 positions that we've had for about that the commissioners approved that we've had for about 5 years to 18 positions. So, I mean, it just pretty much tripled the size of Bull City United and expanded the reach across 6 census tracts. And I will ask Maceo if he's able to put up the slide presentation. Thank you so much. I believe it will come up shortly. So I'll get started. I don't see it yet. I'm sure it will come. Sometimes our technology doesn't agree with us. However, I just wanted to share that the Bull City United program follows the Cure Violence model, and it's a 3-pronged approach, and it's a public health model. And so first, the Bull City United, it detects and interrupts potentially violent conflicts. It also identifies and treats the highest risk. We would like to say the ones who are at promise, and also it mobilizes the community to address the issues that we see in community. And so that's a really important piece. One of the things that we get a lot of questions about is about the 2 positions, particular positions that we have, the violence interrupters and the outreach workers. And people want to know, what do they do? What do they do every day? And they do have through the Cure Violence. Thank you so much. I believe I'm on slide 3, maybe. Thank you, Macy. I really appreciate that. Right there. Thank you.
There we go.
And so what you see here, violence interrupters and outreach workers work hand in hand. And what's important to say is that they respond to every shooting within the census tracts in which they serve. And also, when we get to the maps, you'll see that within the census tracts, there are also focus areas. So this is what you can find a violence interrupter or outreach worker doing every day. Certainly every day we don't have a shooting. We do not want that. We want to reduce those. And they also work to prevent retaliations. And that's an important piece. And I would say a lion's share of their work is around mediating ongoing conflicts. And what we need to know is that there's a conflict happening every day, just happening. And whether, you don't know whether that's going to turn into a potentially violent result. So a lot of their work is around working with individuals, working within community, having conversations. And mediation can have many different forms. So it might be just talking with someone over coffee or going for a walk with someone. So it's just really around using their social capital, the ability to be a credible messenger within community, to really have those conversations with folks and community, hosting events. So mediation has many different forms. Another thing, of course, and that relates to keeping conflicts cool. And outreach workers have caseloads. So they work with individuals who are interested in many different opportunities, whether it's educational, a job, obtaining a job, working through, maybe I just need to get my license. So they have a caseload and working with folks to meet their needs, to see how we can support them. And also creating new relationships and partnerships and organizing with community. So these are full-time positions within county, and we have for the newer individuals who have come on board, they're contractors at this point. However, the work of training up folks and getting them into a position and within their census tract to develop those relationships. It's just a full-time job. And this is where they spend a lot of their time. And they also respond, when we say respond to every shooting, they happen at different times of the day. Violence interrupters and outreach workers work pretty much a second shift, and they're available as needed. So when things happen, maybe they need to go to meet a family at a hospital, that's probably happening when we're sleeping. So a lot of this happens, and these are the primary duties and responsibilities of outreach workers. Next slide, please. The metrics that we monitor when it comes to Bull City United, and we get data from the Durham Police Department on the persons shot, homicides, and homicides. And so we get that information, and then other metrics that we have around mediations, which again is a bulk of their work, working in community with individuals, working to see who we can partner with to really address, I'll talk about this more, our systems change, because we can help and work with individuals. And however, if we talk with folks and help that individual, we're looking at how can we address systemic issues so that we're not working with somebody's child in a few years or a number of years. So we want to change also the system. We also look at, and these are probably this one is a little longer term, participants change in gun behavior. We look at arrests and sentences, and we also participants with violent gun offenses, and certainly we look at who's being connected to employment, education, and other services. Next slide, please. Now, these two census tracts, 1301 and 1400. This represents the Durham County's investment initially. And you can see, I want to share with you. So you see the entire, you can never really see these maps. And one of the goals that we have using our time to have an operational assessment, not only for BCU, Bull City United, but also for My Brother's Keeper and also for Project Build. We're looking at what we've been doing. We're looking at what we want to do. We're looking at, what we're able to do. And we're seeing how as the new department comes together, how can we, have that presence, that community presence in the place of having a dashboard or something, because these maps, as you see them, of course, these maps were taken at a snapshot. It's at one moment in time. So you have these little dots on it. So we're working with the city's police department and GIS mapping, just wanting to make sure that the maps are displayed in a way that people can just go and look at it, because we get questions about that as well. So I really appreciate this time that we've had, I would say this first quarter of the year, to really delve into each of the programs to see how we can improve and create an improvement process. And I should say an expansion process, so that we can better serve and so that community can see more of what these programs do. So I'll show you right here. You can see for Census Tract 1301, you see the orange, but then you see the purple, and that purple or blue will represent the focus areas that Bull City United team members are in. And although, again, they respond to every shooting within a census tract, and this is through conversations with Cure Violence Global, it's really hard, especially when you think about that the fact that we had 7 staff members for a number of years and 3 in each census tract and 1 supervisor, that you can't realistically cover the entire area. And so we use data-driven strategies through the police department to see where we focus our effort. And so that's what you see when you look at the purple. And again, we're wanting to have a dashboard that would drill down so you can see the neighborhood areas. And I will say at the beginning of this discussion around the Bull City United expansion, with the city, Manager Page and others, we really were intentional around looking at where Bull City United serves and really being conscious about how we call and name these census tracts, because there are communities that live in here in these, of course, in these census tracts. And sometimes we've seen that people name maybe a community apartment or dwelling as a target area, and we don't use target. We use focus area where we serve, and we also don't name community development apartments as being unsafe and such. So we're being really intentional in helping and hopefully working with community that we're going to use the language of the neighborhoods in terms of streets and boundary areas where they serve. Next slide, please. So this is just a better view of the census tract without the coloring, so you can see that area. And again, we're going to share where the border streets and avenues of where each census tract is located. Next slide. And this is just another breakdown of census tract 1301. Next slide. So of course, these four census tracts represent the additional and expanded areas. So you can see 1304, 1709, 2300, and 1100. And again, when you see the shaded blue or purple areas, these are areas data-driven to show where BOCC United focuses much of their effort as they work day to day. And then next slide. And again, just kind of showing you a closer picture of that. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next. And then we'll move to the next slide. And this is just a larger picture to show you that at least 4 of the census tracts are contiguous. And then you see the larger up north census tract, and then you see the smaller one, or the one southern. Next. So this gives you a picture of the expenditures. And it's not necessarily what was budgeted, but what was expended as represented in our SAP financial system for each year, that this is what we've been able to expend for the program with our staff and for BOCC United. And as you can see, for the city of Durham, although we officially started in the new fiscal year, this current fiscal year, the city of Durham did give us approval to start as soon as possible. And so that allowed us to bring on the initially 7 new contractors in June. So that's what the 15,000 plus would represent for last fiscal year. And then you see such probably a low number for fiscal year 21-22. And I will say that this was, we again got this out of our financial database system. And it represents, one, that these are contractor employees at this point. And also this was, pulled this, I'm sure these numbers are different. This was pulled on October 25th. And so you're not seeing benefits and other things coming out yet. However, we mentioned before that for the BOCC United program, our team, new team members or potential team members who are contractors, they work with us for approximately 6 months. And then we are able to open up opportunities within county for anyone, any person to apply. And so that might represent those lower numbers for contractors because we don't have the benefits being taken out at that point. Next slide. wanted to share, although this is a Bull City United expansion conversation, I wanted to share because it's kind of hard to not share this piece right now, since coincidentally, or this has coincided with the expansion of Bull City United. Probably well over a year ago, there were conversations in an organizational assessment or enterprise assessment around where can we get, what can we improve upon, what can we bring together to expand our reach and bandwidth. And we looked at Bull City United, My Brother's Keeper, and Project Build. That they serve, they have some commonalities, and all these are separate programs following separate models. They did have similarities, and the decision was made to look at developing a department or unit that could support these programs, that could allow them to more intentionally, sit and meet and see how they can support each other where they could, and just put together a support system for them to serve better and serve more broadly. And so the board approved this, a director for this new department, which I believe the position will be posted in the next couple of weeks. So that's really exciting. We had to actually do great research to identify such a unique type of position that would really understand and have broad knowledge around gang intervention and about gun violence, and also about support services. And so we've come up with a really strong description. So that's very exciting to see that happen. And also the board approved another position that will serve as an administrative support and also a data analyst person, which is really, really critical for this department. So what you have here would be the entire department. That is probably about 35 positions. So it's a pretty nice sized department. And so you see the color coding that represents the city funded positions, and also the county positions, and also the a shared position with the city, county, and grant funding. I will also say that here for My Brother's Keeper, especially, I have another slide, but My Brother's Keeper especially, we know that's a team of one, and I'm just really excited that My Brother's Keeper, there is an initiative that came out, I believe the framework at least came out in May of 2021, and I'll talk about that a little later. So that's some really exciting and important work that's happening there, where we will be able to work with our regional consultant. We've already reached out to our regional consultant, and we will be meeting because there's a new plan, a refocus. It's around equity. It's about systems change. It's around how do you build capacity within your community. It's around who needs to be at the table. So this is really an exciting opportunity. And it just, the framework was just released in May of this year. And for Project Build, that's been around within the county government, I would say for almost 10 years, and moved from cooperative extension, the cooperative extension department, to public health, maybe about 5 years ago. And so for each of these programs, and whether it's My Brother's Keeper, which is about 4 to 5 years old, and Bull City United around the same age, this is an excellent time for us to do this assessment prior to the director coming, so that the director will see all that has been done, what is possible, and what capacity we have, and also the new things that are coming on. Next slide, please. And this is just a little description around Project Build, the program, what it does. And often people don't know what BUILD stands for. and it's just building, uplifting, impacting lives daily. And it is a gang prevention and intervention program. And the model that it follows is through OJJDP. And what they do every day, outreach workers, they provide coordinated case management and services to youth and young adults who are at risk of gang involvement. And certainly working to connect them with services, if they need to stay in school and keep them in school, just working to provide that support and working with the families. Next slide, please. And I mentioned some of this already about My Brother's Keeper, and we know that this was President Obama's call to action to really look at what can be done for boys and young men of color, because we know historically boys and young men of color have been left out of many things and excluded. And so this was the aim, to provide that level of support and resources around young boys and men of color. And I mentioned already that there is this very important opportunity that many have, and that we're taking advantage of, to provide, to actually strengthen our My Brother's Keeper through the My Brother's Keeper Alliance. And we certainly will have an update when we're able to come and provide more information about the new department and the programs, that you'll hear so much about what's been done with our consultant, who is our Southern area consultant, who will walk us through, work with us to develop the plan. There's a blueprint. And next slide, please. And you'll see what the framework looks like. And I cannot wait to get started with this. You see that these are all the elements of success. They are, and it's a framework that makes sense. And all of these pieces are much needed, from collaboration to equity, asking what is the vision. So they walk you through this entire process of, where are you? They do, again, an assessment of where you are. They want to know what your commitment is. And also, certainly, stakeholder engagement is required, using data-driven decisions and systems change. And the visual of this I really love, because once you get to the end, you have to start all over again, just like anything else. It's a continuous process. So this is very important and very exciting. And I believe we will see very soon, after working with our consultant, who is obviously connected to the alliance, the national alliance, that we will definitely see some outcome of how far we're getting with this new plan. Next slide, please. Wanted to share with you the onboarding timeline. We do get questions about, we were supposed to have 18 new positions, and this was part of the conversation initially with the city as well, that they understand that I would say that these positions, the outreach workers and violence interrupters, are at some level hard to fill positions as well, primarily because of the nature of the work. And you truly have to be a credible messenger. Not just anyone can, go in a community and provide mediation with a potentially violent issue and be able to quell that. And so, of course, we have our new hires. They are vetted, and they receive immediate training through Cure Violence Global. And so, and then there are times when people may believe that they are interested in the role, and they get into the position and realize that maybe this is not for them. So that happens. And so we came up with a multi-phasal approach to bring on team members. And this is what it looks like. And so each quarter, our goal is to continually increase. And that gives time as they grow, because if you grow too quickly, you don't get to know your team. And the team members that we have, the existing team members, they have to walk side by side and work with our new members. So the best plan we had was bringing on individuals gradually, and with our goal of having all 18 positions filled by the end of this fiscal year. And that was met with much approval and support and guidance from Cure Violence Global, because growing too quickly would potentially have been counterproductive. Next slide, please. Now, this is an important piece. This tracks for the two census tracts, the two legacy census tracts, the violent incidents from fiscal year 20 and 21. And I thought about it, and it would have been really good, and I will certainly send this and hopefully have it uploaded, to share also the violent incidents from fiscal year 1920. I think that's critical. And so you see there are some spikes here, and you might imagine this was all of during the pandemic. So when you look at fiscal year 20 and 21, of course, that represents July 1, 2020 through June 2021. And so that was the entire pandemic. And you see pretty much a lot of activity. However, when looking at the previous year, which of course I will send, when you look at the first quarter, July through September, you see for fiscal year 1920, there was all zero. It was all zero, where you have 4, 5, 1, and 0. That was all flat, 0, no incidents. When you look at the October through December, you do see that there were increases here for what you're looking at now. There were increases for 1301 persons shot, where you have 2. There was 1 last year this time. Where you have 8, there were 6. Where you have 1, there was no change there. And where you see 2, there was 1 last year. So you see some variances. For the third quarter here, you see for last year, where it's 0 for persons shot, there were 2 last year, where green is 0. For census tract 4, it was 3 last year, that very same time. And for the last 2, where 0 is where you can see 0, it remained consistent. It was 0. And then for this, the quarter, the last quarter, April through June, where you see 5, there was 0. And where you see 4, last year, it was 13. So you see quite a variance there. And you will see 2 zeros where you have homicides, and it was 0 last year. So I thought about that and got this. I said, maybe they want to see that. I think that's important. So I have that slide. I just didn't get a chance to include that, because that's what you want to see when we talk about metrics. Like, what did it look like last year? Are we improving? And we know that these last almost 2 years have been quite different, and nationally, just increasing gun violence. However, we still saw in this area that there were some things that remained low, and then there were some variances. So just wanted to share that with you. Next slide, please. And these are the mediations for this past quarter of this year. July, the first 90 days of this report. You see July through September. You can see now we have, now again, these are for the legacy census tracts. And then I believe I have another slide to show for the new census tracts that we're working at, expanded. And if you can take a quick glance, you can see there are a high number of mediations across the census tract. Next slide, please. No, I thought I had another one. So then we have the caseload and participant data. And you can see here where we have expanded and where the violence interrupters and outreach workers are. I will say that initially in the draft of the interlocal agreement for the 18 positions that the city is funding, initially it was 8 violence interrupters, 8 violence interrupters, 8 outreach workers, a supervisor, and I'm sorry, there were 17, I believe. And so we looked at that and worked with Cure Violence, and they recommended, you know your community best, and also believed that, maybe we needed more violence interrupters. And so that arrangement was adjusted to have 12 violence interrupters, 5 outreach worker, and 1 supervisor. So that's 18. And so you can see how we're moving into the additional census tracts. And within the next couple of weeks, we'll be onboarding 7 more as listed in the BCU timeline from a few slides previous. Next slide, please. And so this shows the number of individuals who are participants and on someone's caseload. And you can see the numbers of folks who have participated in the following, participating in the following activities. And these can be duplicated, meaning that a person who may have received employment could also be working and could also be on probation. Doesn't mean that all of that's happened, but that we count them if they're a part of any of the other activities or services. And so you can see here, this represents the 54 individuals. And it's voluntary, so people can participate. And from the violence interrupters and the outreach workers, they share that some people, after they even have acquired employment or they have gone to school, that they can't continue to stay connected and into the case management profile. And we see that as a good thing. Next slide, please. And I wanted to share a few highlights around what's happened in at least the last quarter. And one in particular, there have been presentations, just a few we brought here, but I think we have this opportunity. Bulls City United applied to for funding through our congressman's office to the feds, and they were successful in receiving. We haven't received it yet. I understand may come in about December, January, but we will receive $250,000. And it's really around, it was broad what we applied for, but it was really around working with community-rooted organizations and also working just to have those conversations about information. And also there's a research component to look at, although Bulls City United works to stop shootings and prevent life loss, our Bulls City United program has also realized that it's really important to connect people to systems and institutions, but also they see that you have to do what they're doing and promote systems change. And so we thought that it would be important to have some research around that and work with someone at one of our local universities to just help guide us through that. And we don't know if it's reoccurring or not yet, but we know we have an opportunity outside of our existing budget to do something that would be meaningful and something that could be a model for other jurisdictions. And I will say that we get a lot of calls from other areas within other counties within North Carolina and outside of North Carolina, because they've heard about Bulls City United and they want to know more. And I think that's really good. And I think we believe that if we have, this research component around some things that we know that Bulls City United has been doing, in addition to the model, that would only strengthen our work and certainly support systems change that we know we need. Another important piece is that Cure Violence Global, which obviously is the model, but the organization has changed to a new database and where we input our data, that we have an opportunity to receive reports that I know the community wants to see, that you all want to see, and this will be instrumental to support the dashboard that we want, so that community, we get a lot of calls, but I think if we have a database that people can use and interact with, that will be useful. So we will know more when we receive our training in the next 2 weeks about what that is. We already have a contract with Cure Violence Global, and it's already included that database. So we're looking forward to see what types of reports we can run, what type of reports we can share. And so you can see that our next quarter, we will have quite a bit of updates for you on whether we're coming to present or submitting that to you. That would be great. And then separate and apart from that, would love to come and present about the new department and the progress that we've made there. Next slide, please. And if there are any questions, I'm absolutely ready, willing, and able. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pierce, for this presentation. I think the board has been eagerly awaiting this presentation. I have one question just to start here. There's been a lot of conversation about the overall Durham, and you mentioned the census tract when there's an incident in certain census tract is where the BOCC staff works. So if there's a shooting that's not in that census tract, do they go outside of those census tract or not?
That's an important question, Chair Howerton. And the answer is, at times they are able to do that. If it's at the border, they are able to do that. Often it's really important that they stay where they focus. However, if there's an incident that occurs at the border of wherever a shooting may have happened, they may be able to provide support because we know that we're one county and things happen, but they have to stay the course. But they do respond within and nearby to the shootings. So we do know that sometimes things happen outside of their focus areas or the census tract, I would say, because they do respond within the census tract, even if it's not their focus area. But when it's outside, we do seek a consult from Cure Violence Global so that we maintain working using the model. And I know that might be frustrating sometimes, but we have to maintain the work of the model.
Well, thank
I
you
hope that
for
addresses your question.
Well, it does. And I think anyone that's listening, a lot of feedback that I have gotten is that they feel like we weren't working all across the community, just working in particular areas. And I think that will help people understand that they're supposed to stay within that census tract. And with the new hires, it'll give a lot more flexibility for people to be in different census tracts in the community.
And another way of looking at that is that, something may happen in a census tract in which Bull City United may not be working. However, there are people in their census tracts that may know or have shared with them, and they can still work mediation within their census tract that may impact that census tract in which they do not work.
Okay. All right, thank you. I may have other questions, but I want to open up to the board members for their questions and comments. Commissioner Burns.
Mine is really quick. As always, Joanne, thank you so much. I'm happy to see, because I've seen what other structures have looked like, other organizational charts. And I applaud you because that's quite a bit to bite off and chew, but clearly you're up for the challenge. And I like how it's set up. My quick question, maybe in the spring, it'd be nice to see an update from Project Build. If that's possible. I don't know if it'd be doing a working session or a regular session. So I'll talk to chair and vice chair and county manager as well as you, but it will be nice because I think there's some familiarity that we have with every one of them, what the community does. And maybe not as much with this one. And I hate to say it any earlier than that because it gives them time to have a data set, right? Like, so, and then my other question, I am happy to see that we, there will be a manager. So a go between you and that person. The data person was my favorite. Like I've said this, and I've said this even in safety and wellness meetings. I said, we can hire as many people as we want to, but again, my consistent problem with many municipalities, including our own, is that we throw money at issues and we don't know what is data driven and what works. And so I'm happy that you took some time to put to put somebody in there who can analyze the data and come back and say, you know what, this approach worked. We need to continue working on this. You answered my other question, because I imagine there was some melding going on, especially if there was mediation across those lines. My only other thing I want to highlight, and it was based on public comment earlier today. We are working on the MBK of Durham. And I remember I told you last time, we want to make sure we're setting up things that work. We took all the time in the world for the Children's Initiative, all the time in the world for the Seniors Initiative, while we can't be systematic about how we treat young men of color is beyond me. So I appreciate, just know that I still support you. I still support the statements that I made earlier. And I can't wait to see what that new hire looks like. And then they can figure out what we need to do to support them. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Last thing, that 1709 census tract, it had the lowest employment numbers. Do you think that that's due to the fact that maybe it's a little bit northern, or the fact that there's no bus that goes there? Because I looked at 1709. I was listening to you, but I had to open up the PowerPoint and go back. So that's maybe a problem that we're having in that census tract with employment, you think, outside of just COVID, since we got like 26,000 jobs open in Durham?
We do believe, and also thank you for your comments, Commissioner Burns, a number of things that you've said. One, around where geography, right? That right. Determines whether we can access employment. And one of the things that we're looking at when it comes to data is, we know the structure or the metrics that we've used for Bull City United when we had, 7 employees, but now what are the possibilities around having 25 Bull City United team members, and what data can we capture? And I do know that one of the things that have been obviously barriers for folks when Bull City United outreach workers and sometimes violence interrupters have tried to connect people to employment. And when you look at certain census tracts, they're like, I can't even get there. And so then you get and even if you get them hired or they get hired, and then they can't maintain the job because just, we know, one thing happens to the car, that's your job. And so those are things when you talk about when we talk about this opportunity that we have with this $250,000 grant, these are some of those things that we want to highlight with support of community that can just talk about some recommendations and things structural that we may not have control over as a program, but that we can certainly move forward. So the thing that you said are around data and what's possible in geography, those are things that we're looking at. And I do appreciate the board, interim manager Hager, and the community for your patience, because we want to build it to last, to build it to work. And it does take this intentional time to assess and see and be willing to say, we've been doing something, this thing doesn't work, whatever those activities or items are, and that we're ready to implement. And then for my brother's keeper, I will say that you may not be able to see it, but the excitement that rests with me around this MBK University and the support of this regional person that we've already outreached to meet. I'm hoping that's this week. I think you will see that the blueprint and the plan is there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Chair Horton. Thank you so much, GM Pierce, for this presentation. Also, thank you to Ms. Keisha and her amazing team. They are just an absolute delight whenever I see them in the community, and all of their hard work is greatly appreciated. I had a question around, I know you mentioned that like for the census tracts, we kind of have to stay, the Bull City United staff have to stay within that track. I was wondering if there would be possibly any opportunity to start like having some programming in our schools with like the younger generations of making sure that like, you know, we're providing, if there's any sort of services and support that Bull City United might be able to provide. So that way, because I see a lot of the census tracts have parks in them and playgrounds, and most of the people who are in those parks and playgrounds are going to be kids. And so making sure that we're starting early in preventing violence. And also, you mentioned jobs. Me and Commissioner Burns serve on the Workforce Development Board. If there's like partnerships and ways that we can be supportive of working with Bull City United team members and the workforce development team to try to bring as many opportunities of trainings and jobs to our community.
Thank you for your questions, Commissioner Alum. I will say for the first part, Project Build and Bull City United, those two programs are rolled into an MOU that we have with DPS. And so they are allowed to work with schools per the request, obviously, of the schools. And of course, they go through a rigorous background check. And so that's important. So just so you know that we have an MOU in place, and that's through the Department of Public Health. And so we do have that. And then just a note around just programs, which will also be a part of the work that we do with the additional grant funding that we know, and I want to share that. Obviously, I know that the board knows this, and also with community and all of us, that we know that programs alone, we're program rich in Durham County. We really are. And programs alone will never, ever, ever, ever solve the issues that we see, because the issues that we see are structural and systemic in nature. And programs are designed to do what they do, address the issue at hand. And that's important. And so we have to use a both and approach. We can utilize the program, and we must make structural and systemic changes or systems changes that exist. So then we may be working with an individual now, but we don't want to work with their children in the same ways. And so that means that we have to change something about our systems and institutions so that we won't continue to contribute and produce some of the outcomes that we have. And so, you know, we have to own, we meaning just within government and other institutions, that, you know, we have to also critically examine how is this happening over and over again. And so, again, although we may need programs and services, we also need those very much needed systems change. So it's a both and approach. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Jacobs.
Sorry about that. Thank you. And thank you so much for this detailed presentation, Joanne. And I'm really excited to hear that you've already reached out to Janine Bryant from the MBK Alliance. I really appreciate that. And I agree. I think it's really great timing for the reorganization to then have this opportunity to look at some structural changes. So thank you. So related to this new department, which is also very exciting. And I think the fact that we are hiring a new department head, it's, I think, additional proof of our commitment to all of these programs. and also to me as an expression of what Durham County is doing to address this overall issue of community safety. These are very significant investments that we're making, and I appreciate the importance that all these programs are being given. And related to, and I appreciate the partnership with the city, because this, again, I feel so proud of Durham, the way we continually work together, city and county government. And we know, on the city side, what do they excel at? And we need to invest with them, and then vice versa. And so this is a great partnership. So one of my questions is, one part of the cure violence model is having somebody actually located in the ER. And I know we've always struggled with this component. Do you have any type of update on what the direction is and plans for that?
I do. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. A few things. So I will say, also behind the scenes quietly for almost, I wouldn't say almost a year, maybe about several months, Bull City United, key team members, and we meet every other week. We've met every other week and continue to do so with Duke. And they have developed a hospital-based violence intervention model. And so we've been working side by side as they develop that, so that we can ensure that we're collaborating, working on an MOU to see how we can support each other. So there's a model that they're going to use, and we have a community-based model. And I believe they're going to be hiring a few people, but they worked very closely with us over the last several months. It might not have been quite a full year, but we've been doing that, working. And so we'll have a hospital-based model and a community-based model, which will just be exciting. And we are wanting that cross opportunity to work within the hospital, but they'll have their own staff. And I can't say enough about that relationship and conversation that we've been having. So it hasn't been done in a silo. It's been done working with the team. So that is happening. I think not how we might have originally envisioned it, that some of our community-based staff would go in, because you can imagine with hospital records and such, it doesn't work that way. But we've been very intentional, meeting every other week to make sure that works well. And there was something else you mentioned about the cure violence model, and I don't think I
well, I mean, that is fantastic news, because the data shows that when there is a shooting, there's the highest chance of the retaliation, and all that happens in the waiting room with family members and friends is just a really important point of contact. And so that is just great news. I'm so glad to hear that. I do have a few more questions for you. One is, and Commissioner Burns alluded to this, that I think, and also Commissioner Alam, about, I think, to me, the outreach workers have always been just as important as the violence interrupters. And I guess one of the questions is, how do we keep making sure that the outreach workers, are really connected to, workforce development board and the jobs that are out there, the Bulls initiative, the Back to Work initiative, the, childcare resources, Durham Pre-K, microtransit to get to jobs. What do we have a plan about how we can make sure that they're continually getting the information so that they can share it with people in the community? I feel like that's one of our biggest problems, is people don't know about the resources that we have.
Commissioner Jacobs, you're speaking to much of what our discussion is around our organizational or operational assessment. How can we increase our bandwidth? How can we ensure that the outreach workers are connected to community health workers, connected to resource boards, and one of the things when I talk about spillover or carryover, when you look at the MBK University, you see that there's a resource like you want to have community engagement and a resource listing. And so all of those things we're talking about, like what can we do differently? What can we expand and broaden? And that's certainly one of the pieces that we want to have, because when we're looking at some of the barriers, because when we look at this operational assessment, I keep saying that and it sounds real mystical, but I don't want it to be. I want it to be plain. And what I'm saying is that we're looking at what are we doing? What have we been doing? Has it been effective? I mean, really critically examining each of the programs and what can we do better? What's out there? What can we offer people? Because I have heard, and that's what we want to definitely capture, is that, you know, we can refer people. Do we have enough information to share? And where can we harness? Where are these pieces of information? And so that's going to be part of what we do, not just for Bull City United, but for the entire department. I think the best thing that we can do is have someone, when that person comes, this director, and we can hand over something that is packaged, has been vetted, walked through. And so you hand someone, these are the things that we've done. And that just adds more, puts more gas in that person's tank, as opposed to here's a whole lot of stuff that we haven't looked at and examined, and there's no path, and you have to take a year or two to figure it out, and good luck. And that we are not doing that. We are actually going through, working through. And I agree with you that we definitely need to look at that, and we are. So thank you for bringing that up. It allowed me a time to share.
Commissioners, we're running out of time. We're over time right now, and I don't want to shortchange Commissioner Carter. So if you have other questions, please email General Manager Pierce, and let's give Commissioner Carter an opportunity to ask her questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to take time when I think Wendy had a few more, but I guess she'll follow up in email. I don't have as many questions. You all have made such good comments and asked such good questions already. I do want to say I also really believe in this model, the Cure Violence model, and am so glad that our community really wants to invest in it, citywide, countywide. I think that it's an opportunity to maybe make some system changes, not just have programs, but at least our programs are ways we're trying to invest in communities that have historically been underinvested in. Perhaps we haven't provided the services that we need. Perhaps we haven't invested in ways that will connect people to jobs. Perhaps we don't have transit. You know, all these things we're looking at matter so much. And I like to think of this as our way of attempting to change the system with programs that have the potential to do that. I do think it's going to be really important, and I'm so glad you all do too. It was clear from this excellent report that, you know, data is going to be huge, and I'm just wondering if we have any idea what are the metrics that we're going to track that will show us that we're being successful. I feel like we were tracking some data early on with the Bull City United, and I think we got a report a couple of years back that looked at some of the long-term trends that were really only a couple of years then, but would now be maybe like 4 years, and they were looking good, right? Those trends were looking good, and I was hoping that we might be able to see some more of that now, even before we have our new data system. And if that's possible, that would be exciting to see, and if not, I certainly understand, and I know that more data, robust data is coming. So that's really my only questions is, you know, what sort of managing for results data are we currently tracking? And any long-term trend data. Joanne, you mentioned at least a year's worth of data differentials that we could look at that might provide some evidence of success. And that would be great to see. But thank you, basically, thank you for helping lead this ultra important work that the city and county are trying to do together. As we invest upfront in support services that care for our community, rather than trying to deal with crime and other aspects that show lack of well-being in our community. I'm glad we're investing upfront. And thank you for leading that effort.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. And I want to say again, Ms. Pierce, how blessed and thankful we are for you and your team that's doing this work. And this is very important work for our community, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't say it's not every day a county develops a department. And I would just say there are multiple departments within this enterprise that have department heads who have come and said, what do you need to be supported to make this happen? And I am just delighted to be a part of an organization where department heads from other departments will come to you and set up a meeting to make sure that everything is put together very well so that it can just be a department that shines. So thank you so much.
I don't remember us ever creating a new department in the 13 years I've been here. So yeah, thank you. All right, our next item, commissioners, is 210682, discussion of the MOU between the County Commissioners and Durham's Public Schools Board of Education. The board is requested to review the MOU and propose revisions to provide feedback. And you have the MOU. Our interim manager can lead this conversation along with Drew and Keith, our budget management director.
All right, good morning again, commissioners. This will probably be one of your shortest presentations today. I have one slide. And so again, if Mesa, if you can just pull that up for me, and you can advance to that second one. Again, as the chair shared, Keith Lane, as well as Drew Cummins, were very instrumental with the review process of the MOU. I am the one facilitating it, but they did quite a bit of the heavy lifting. It was good when Drew sort of pulled together some of the historical MOUs, one that went back to 2003, and that was also in your materials, which gave us our first one, and it gave a framework for reporting and matrix and information sharing, as well as alternative programming and other components that started this particular commitment on how we communicate and facilitate activities. In 2017, it was fleshed out further to add a framework for fund balance review and clarifies data and reporting guidelines even further. And it also gave more details on issues related to funding. The 2021 proposed changes highlights the need for holistic planning, tying funding to decisions to the strategic plans, as well as components related to community input. And it also continues efforts to try to rationalize funding decisions. And Maceo, that will conclude my slides right now, and then I'll give a few talking points and I'll let the board share. We did include our edits, and we had very few. There was one component within the document that we supported, but based on how we're funded, found it hard to move forward with it as a value. As I shared, the budget team were involved with this process. They polled other jurisdictions across the state to see if they had an MOU as well, and what that looked like so that we could possibly use that as an example. And based on their feedback, there was not one that we could follow. There are a few that may have some funding commitments or levels, such as Union County. They commit a certain percentage of their tax rate to the schools. Orange County does do some level of funding percentage. But so do we. When you look at how we do our capital finance plan, there's a certain percentage that's dedicated to support debt. And of course, a lot of that is supported for schools. But nevertheless, we did our best effort, but we will continue to see if there are others that are out there. But the biggest challenge for jurisdictions in developing matrix is the uncertainty of our revenue streams. We are primarily funded by property taxes as well as sales taxes. And when the economy is great, we are happy and we have growth, fortunately, in our community. But when there are economic declines or recessions or other kinds of situations that impact those key revenues, it becomes a challenge. And so part of the unpredictable nature of those county revenue streams caused us to not recommend moving forward with the funding matrix. And as I shared, we did poll other jurisdictions. Some components of the MOU were left in place, and we didn't recommend change. It wasn't that we did not support it. It's just the complexity of it and how the budget is structured and the revenue streams that we have. And so I won't talk further. Again, we had very few adjustments to the document that was worked on by some of the school system. And I know they did receive some input from the county. And so I guess the next step, once the board looks at this, is some additional conversations with the school board, and we'll continue to do our vetting back and forth as we refine it. We'll also, from a staff perspective, look at other places that we may consider bringing forward to the board. Orange County, for instance, has a MOU document that, or an MOU between the schools and the county that's related to adequate public facilities, and has a good framework for that. And so that's something that we may also look at, and as far as timing of when information is shared, or thresholds or benchmarks in how the facilities are looked at for replacement, et cetera. So I felt that may be something also that we flesh out, not necessarily for now, but for later as we think about longer term systematic planning. And it seems to have worked well for Orange County. So those are my comments. And again, just wanted the board to have the information, and we will take any guidance that you may share at this time.
Thank you, Interim Manager Hager. This will go to be on our agenda for the school board and the commissioners to discuss. Just one question for clarity before we move on. The highlighted area of our document, is that information was leaving in or taking out? Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I was going to say that Keith Lane can help me with this as well. Keith went through and he reconciled the document with with the edits that occurred from our 2017 document. If you look to the side, for instance, for this, the first document, you'll see like there's the word highlighted in green that said lives. It lives. And it'll say from the new DPS version. So most of the highlights will help note how this document is different from your 2017 document, if that makes sense. And you will see, so we are recommending that we keep those in shaded. If it's a strike through, it is something that we are recommending that we not move forward with.
Okay. Okay.
But you
thank
will see lots of items that are highlighted, and we did in fact support.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions and comments from commissioners? I don't see any hands.
Okay, well, thank you.
Maybe, oh. I thought I didn't. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Drew and Interim Manager Hager, Keith, anyone who's worked on this. And I agree with, I support what you all have decided related to the composite index formula. I think that that's something that would take a lot of studying and could have some, negatives and positives that we would really need to understand very deeply. I just have a few things for consideration. One is, I would love to see, and I would love to hear, if other board members agree, but I would love to see added to the MOU some reference to our joint commitment to universal pre-K. I feel like this is something that we've really done since 2017, which is our joint commitment to universal pre-K, and the schools have said that they will integrate pre-K into all of their elementary schools as a goal, and that we also, obviously, our commitment to Durham pre-K, but that we also do regular reporting at our meeting, sharing information. I think it would be important to add this in some way, shape, or form to the MOU, however you think is best to do that. And then my other question was in number 6, when it refers to the reporting that the county does, it references a date. It says at the second quarterly meeting. In terms of the reporting that the schools are supposed to provide, it says an annualized report, but I'm wondering if there shouldn't be also a goal of a certain date or time or meeting that we receive the reports from Durham Public Schools. So those were my 2 questions. And I think one of our failures has been that we haven't, we can go on about how we haven't really actualized the MOU by actually keeping up with this reporting component. I think it would be great if we really did at least once a year share back and forth formally this information. But so anyway, just those were just my 2 suggestions about any changes to the MOU. Thank you. And I don't know if you have any response to those.
For the date, that is something that we did talk about as far as the timing of those reports. And I think there was an attempt for us to possibly strike through the second quarterly and come up with the data, I think, versus us pinpointing one. Maybe that's something we talk outside of the agreement, and maybe say that some times will be identified for reporting to be shared. And some of it we already do. It's just a matter of it being made aware that it's available. So for instance, many of the matrix and information that the county reports are included in documentation that we do with our quarterly reporting or annual reporting with managing for results. And so, but we can definitely refine what that looks like. And so whether it is a meeting or that it should be provided to both boards by a certain time. So that is something we can review. But we did have some conversations about that, and Keith or Drew can weigh in.
I mean, I think part of our conversation was simply that in both cases, most of the data that's referenced in the MOU is sort of annual data, so that it would make sense to, whenever that data is updated, right? And sort of the school's data from the previous year, often is coming in kind of late fall, actually about this time of year. So, there probably is an appropriate time, but in both cases, it would likely be an annual presentation.
Yeah, I think my concern is from now at this point and being elected official, I've found that if we don't set like a date or something that we're going to do it, then we don't do it. Like it was great to get this report from Bull City United because it's in the interlocal that you will get a report in the end of October or whatever. So I think if you all can come up with something that makes sense, it would be good. And I forgot to mention number 8. I did have a little concern about the wording that was added there because I don't think it reflects the state responsibility to funding public education. And it kind of implies that it's all up to us. And I guess I would love. Yeah, go ahead.
That was supposed to be a strike through.
Oh, okay.
Where the part in parenth.
Yes.
Yes, that was supposed to be a strike through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, because as free as practical is the state's responsibility. County's responsibilities are related to facilities. And that's one of the reasons too that the Orange County MOU related to facilities may be an area that we consider. Of course, Durham County will always support schools at a high level. But as far as formalizing it, that was a place we did intend to strike through. So we'll cover that as well.
Commissioner Burns?
I remember this was on one attention at the last joint school meeting and county commissioner meeting.
Your voice is distorted.
Can you hear the words though, Madam Manager?
I can't see.
I see one shaking her head, so I guess that's what everybody's saying. This lets me know y'all are tracking me. You ain't found nothing yet out of that.
We can't hear you. I think she might be indicating to Commissioner Carter worked on this with a school, and I think the little bit I could hear, understand if it's Commissioner Carter may have had any input into this the changes.
The changes that came forward were changes that Board Member Lewis and Board Member Raven strongly supported. I provided some, hesitancy around some of the proposals that they were bringing forward to us. In particular, the one about the formula, a standard formula for funding. I am concerned about that one and appreciate the concerns that Manager Hager and our staff have raised around that. I really do hope we'll, progressively increase per student funding every year locally. But I think if we had a funding formula, there's the risk that the property tax collection rate will actually decrease, which would then mean a decrease in funding, per pupil funding, if there was this really strict formula. However, I encouraged them to include what their board, most strongly wanted to bring forward. And then at that point, the 5 of us would deliberate on it and ask our staff about it. And so I took the approach of not trying to nip anything in the bud myself to express my concerns, but to ask them to go ahead and bring forward what they thought was best, and that then the 5 of us could think about it together.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns, you want to finish your comment?
Well, no, Commissioner Carter jumped in because I was really directing my inquiry at her, because I remember that
That's
you
what I
assigned
thought.
this to her.
Yeah.
And last time
Yes.
we didn't get an update, and I'm just hoping that when she goes back, and this is not an attack, but with all the recommendations that Commissioner Jacobs that made that were numerous, I'm hopeful that in that group, I don't know who, all the members, I know it's Commissioner Carter, I think it's board member Lewis, and I think it's board member Raven. We keep giving this direction to staff, but much like you all like to tell me what to do on the Safety and Wellness Task Force, I'm hopeful that these suggestions that you have are also going right back to the board members, because we have, what is it, the 17th? I don't want them to be surprised by anything, that we see in preparation for this one. I've reached out to them, beforehand to say, hey, is this what we need to be looking at? And so I'm hopeful that any suggestions that folks have here, we also share those with the board members, and not just say, hey, staff, go over here and kind of sort of grind this out. Like, those are humans and people over there too, the same way we're humans and people on this side. And Claudia, you answered my other question about the funding. Commissioner Jacobs brought it up about number 8, but she said it's a strike through. So as long as we make that up, that was my only other question. So thank you, because I do think the state should be doing their part, and I do think we should work more collaboratively with our team members. Like, I know how often we email, or how some people don't email people on different bodies, and I'm hopeful that starts to change.
Thank you. Well, this will go back and be discussed as I said, at our joint meeting. And then it can come back to the board. We don't have to vote on it on the 17th. But is it the 16th or the 17th? I keep getting confused about those dates, but anyway.
16th.
The only thing that I wanted to say is, about putting an exact date in when the pre-K is mentioned. Absolutely, we support pre-K, and we will continue to do that. But I noticed to say that we're going to have the report ready by a particular date. I'm not sure that supports staff that they do that. I know that they'll bring it to us, but do we need an exact date by when we're going to do it or not? That would be my concern is, do we do that or not? I'm directing that to Manager Hager.
So what we'll do is go back and develop some language around that particular one, that it's noted that the information will be presented annually, and we will determine what may be the best time frame. Because as Drew mentioned, a lot of these are annual reports, and although they're finished, some may be finished in October, November, it may be best that it's at the February meeting if something happens. And so we'll come back and refine that so it's a date that is comfortable for us. I did forward to the superintendent a copy of what we have so far, and once we make adjustments, just so that he's aware of what we're doing, we'll also pass along.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you all for the work on this. We're going to move on to our next item, 210668, analyze property tax appeals for systematic biases. And this is a tax administrator, Dwayne, and Dwayne can introduce his team here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, Interim Manager, Mr. Attorney. We are excited to present this item today. It's months-long research that has been published by Mr. McLaughlin at the School of Government on analyzing property tax appeals for systemic bias. A few reasons we're excited for this is because, first and foremost, the board has deemed racism or any ism a public health crisis, and this certainly fits that agenda. The other thing is that there are a lot of national studies that have come out on equity in property tax administration, suggesting that it may be unfairly biased towards groups of people. And we wanted to bring that to North Carolina because those are national studies that have been done and not one has been done in North Carolina. We wanted to use North Carolina data to do that. And it's sort of like having a big rock in your yard. When you look under it, you don't know if there's going to be a snake under there, a spider under there, or maybe a rainbow, right? And if it's a snake or a spider, you want to have that antidote, that action plan to resolve or improve the issue. And if it's a rainbow, you want to keep it a rainbow and make sure that it stays that way. One, and this is in the agenda item as well, and it kind of goes along with what I just said. Mr. McLaughlin, I love the quote that he had in here. It says, regardless of its cause, any potential bias in any governmental process deserves examination. We can't fix problems we don't know exist. Now, when these national studies have been done and the topic has been broached in North Carolina, you might have heard an argument that North Carolina has the most fair property tax system in the nation. That can't happen here. You might hear an argument that, well, we have ratios, and as long as the ratios line up, everything is good. And the ratios are a good first step, but there are about 10 other steps that need to happen after that. And the most troubling argument to me is, when someone says that information, demographic data is intentionally kept out of the assessment process. The reason that's troubling to me is because we're talking about systemic bias. We're not talking about personal bias. We're talking about systemic bias. And when wheels are in motion with a system, with a process, that system, that process will not change directions, will not give you an opportunity to pause if you intentionally disregard that. So with assessment data, you have to stop and look at outcomes through all sorts of lenses. Those are some of the reasons we're excited to present this. And obviously this was very much a team project, but I am happy to have Mr. McLaughlin here to present. You all, the board is probably quite familiar with Mr. McLaughlin's name, considering our couple years of research on a potential tax grant program, which our amazing DSS department has kicked off now. Mr. McLaughlin was instrumental in helping us vet through that process. So allow me to introduce Mr. McLaughlin. He joined the School of Government in 2008 after practicing law in New England and serving as an adjunct professor and assistant dean for student affairs at the Duke Law School. Mr. McLaughlin is magna cum laude and a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business and Duke Law School, where he was also Order of the Coif. He's a member of the North Carolina, Massachusetts, and Maine state bars. So with that, Mr. McLaughlin has a brief PowerPoint presentation. And with his permission, I have injected a couple slides at the end of his presentation so we can see how he's going to describe his research. And we're going to see how this actually has played out in Durham County and our opportunities to improve it. Mr. McLaughlin.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dwayne. The most important part of my bio, Dwayne left out, that is I'm a proud resident of Durham County and Durham City. So I want to thank you for this opportunity this morning, but more importantly, I want to thank you about the county's willingness to turn a spotlight on itself and to really examine its operations to see if there is evidence of systemic bias, because I think it's fair to say not every local government in North Carolina would be as willing to do so as Dwayne, his colleagues, and you, of course, have been willing to support this by making this a goal by identifying and eliminating and mitigating systemic bias as a goal of the counties. That's hugely important, that direction from above, and hugely important for people like Dwayne and his staff, we worked hand in hand and shared every piece of information and turned over every stone possible to see what we could find. And again, not knowing what we would find, that the news might not be great, and that you're willing to risk that says a whole lot about this county's government. And I appreciate that. I'm always proud to live in Durham, even prouder, more so now. Also, just a quick observation about the term systemic racism, systemic bias. I don't think this is going to be news to you all, but there are a lot of folks out there who are hesitant, resistant to using that term, right? Because they associate that with the fact that we are alleging that the individual actors in that system are in fact bigots or biased against the poor, minorities. And as I mentioned in my blog post and in the report of this study, that's not the case. That's not what the conclusion that we might reach, or that's not the goal of any of these kind of studies. The goal is simply to identify, are there systems, are there procedures in place in local governments that inherently produce disadvantageous outcomes for the poor, for minorities? And if a system is consistently producing disadvantageous outcomes, worse outcomes for the poor minorities, then we got to think about, take a step back and say, what can we change? What can we do differently? And we're not accusing any individual people involved in this process of being racist or being bigots. So with that, let's talk a little bit about what we did here. As Dwayne mentioned, there have been a number of national studies looking at bias or potential bias in property tax systems across the country. Most of those has focused on the assessment side of things. So identifying assessment gaps in that, as Dwayne talked about, ratios, sales assessment ratios, comparing tax appraisals, tax assessments with actual sale prices, and to see if we're consistently above or below actual sale prices when we're appraising property for taxes. And is there a market difference between those ratios for minority neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods, and as compared to whiter and wealthier neighborhoods? So we've seen a lot of those studies across the state, and there is one way across the country, I should say. One of those studies has now produced a database that you can click on and search for any county, essentially every county in America, including I think 98 of the 100 counties in the state. So there is some evidence there, and Dwayne, you're going to talk a little about those ratios and that aspect of the potential assessment gap after I'm done. Our study, what Dwayne and I worked together on with his terrific staff, was a little bit different. We wanted to focus on the appeal process. So as you know, every county has to have a Board of Equalization and Review, the Board of E&R, which is the first stop for a formal property tax appeal. If a taxpayer does not like the value of their property, or if they think they should have been exempt and they were denied an exemption, the next step would be to the State Property Tax Commission. And then if either side were to lose there, they could actually go on to the State Court of Appeals. But we're focusing in particular on formal appeals here in the County of Durham to the Board of Equalization and Review. If you go ahead and flip the slide there, that would be helpful as we describe the overall goals and parameters here of the study. Dwayne, do you have the button?
Should be it. There you go.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you. So again, what's our goals here? We are trying to determine if there is systemic evidence of systemic bias in the property tax appeal system, specifically here in Durham County. And the very detailed question we're looking at, do the demographics of the taxpayer, and by demographics, we're talking about the race of the taxpayer, taxpayer's income, and the value of the property being appealed, right? Which is also potentially a stand-in for income or wealth, at least. Do those demographic details affect appeal rates or appeal results? By appeal rates, we mean how often do they appeal? Do minority homeowners appeal their property taxes more or less than your average taxpayer or whiter neighborhoods? Are there appeals more common in whiter neighborhoods as opposed to minority neighborhoods? The same is true. We looked at that rates for wealth, for income, for rates of neighborhoods, as well as property values. Are homes that are valued higher more likely to be appealed than homes that are valued lower? Why do we care about appeal rates? Because as great as Dwayne and his staff is, right? We have a mass appraisal system. We know we don't get every appraisal correct, right? How many parcels do we have in the county? 200,000?
At 123.
123. So we looked at about 100,000 residential ones, but if in 120,000 parcels, it would impossible, of course, in a county this size to visit each one of those parcels individually to make sure you got that appraisal correct. So we know there are going to be some errors there, right? We're doing the best we can, Dwayne and his staff, under a mass appraisal system, but there are going to be errors. So the more likely you appeal, right? The more often appeals occur in a particular neighborhood, the higher the likelihood those tax appraisals are going to be closer to market value. So if you have an area where there's a lot fewer appeals, I think it's more likely you're going to have appeals, you're going to have property tax appraisals, property tax assessments that are further away from market value, right? And the goal, of course, for any of these, where we're doing a countywide reappraisal, is to set tax appraisals at true market value. What's the fair market value? So appeals help us get to that goal. The second dependent variable looking at are appeal results. When taxpayers actually appeal, do the results they get in those appeals vary with the demographics of the taxpayers? So when minority or poorer taxpayers do in fact appeal their property tax assessments, are the results of that appeal better or worse than the average results for whiter or wealthier taxpayers? So those are the questions we are asking. If you can go ahead and flip the slide to the next slide, please. And here are the nuts and bolts of what we actually did. So Dwayne and Starlin Beatty and Kimberly Horton and Alicia Corcoran, right? All three of those folks were tremendously helpful in not only getting us the data, but understanding what the data was, helping us clean it up, because we're looking at a whole lot of appeals. So here are the numbers here, about 5,800 appeals from 2016, 4,700 or so from 2019. Again, these are the two most recent reappraisals. Why we're looking at those years? Because the reappraisal years, you're not going to be surprised to hear, are the years in which we see the most property tax appeals, right? Folks can appeal any year they want. They don't have to appeal in the year of the reappraisal, but most folks are aware of the issue. And if they're unhappy with their reappraisal, are going to go ahead and appeal that year. So that's why we chose those 2 years, the appeals that immediately followed the most recent reappraisals. To trying to get the demographics, as Dwayne pointed out, we don't know, of course, the specific demographics of any particular homeowner. We don't know when we're appraising the property or even when an appeal is filed, what that taxpayer's race might be or what that payer's income might be. You know, the property value, of course, right? That's going to be public record. But we don't know the specifics of individuals. So the best stand-in we could do for that is to identify all of these appeals and locate them in one of Durham County's 152 census block groups. So we've got 152 neighborhoods essentially that we organized by census block group. And then within those neighborhoods, we know from census data, we know average per capita income, and we know minority percentage of residents there. So we can then basically sort all of these 152 neighborhoods from the highest minority residential population to the lowest minority residential population. So we can organize that, and that was our stand-in for race. Because again, we don't know the race of any of the individuals, all of whom, of every property tax appeal, of all 10,000 property tax appeals that we looked at. So we organized them by neighborhood, and of course, we also organized by property value. So we could see and then segment them by property values to see were the homes that had the highest property values, what were their appeal rates like? What were their appeal results like as compared to the homes with the lowest tax assessment values? What were their appeal rates like? What were their results like? Again, here are the names of the folks who helped us out. They were all tremendously helpful. I'm so grateful we had many, many conversations trying to make sure we understood what the data was so that we weren't both operating sort of on separate parallel tracks. If we could skip to the next slide, please. Here are the major findings. Here's the bottom line results from here. The data suggests that appeal rates varies based on taxpayer race and property value. Now, again, when I say taxpayer race, I really don't mean individual taxpayers because we don't know that. What it really means is it varies based on the minority percentage of the neighborhood. And what we're saying here is that, as the second bullet point says, taxpayers from majority minority neighborhoods generally appeal their property taxes less often than do taxpayers from whiter neighborhoods. So minority neighborhoods, we're seeing a lower appeal rate than whiter neighborhoods. Why do we care? Well, again, this is my assumption is that this helps contribute to a potential assessment gap. If we see fewer appeals, there's a higher likelihood that the property tax assessments are farther away from true market value in that particular neighborhood as compared to a neighborhood that has more appeals. So that's why I think this is an important issue. The same is true. We found the same to be true is that for home value, owners of higher value homes generally appeal their property tax appraisals more often than do owners of lower value homes. Again, this was not by neighborhood, this was by specific appeal, right? Because we know the home value involved in every single appeal. So we're able to divvy up, segment out all of the appeals, and we saw that we're seeing a higher percentage appeal rate among the higher value homes. I think the good news, the really good news, is that appeal results did not appear to vary based on taxpayer race or taxpayer income or property value. So when these taxpayers, regardless of whether they were from majority minority neighborhoods, regardless of whether or not they were from neighborhoods with higher or lower per capita incomes, or whether or not their homes had a higher value or lower values, they're in general, the average results did not vary consistently with the demographics of taxpayers. So we were not seeing a situation where poorer taxpayers did worse in front of the Board of DB&R. And I think that's great, great news, because if we did think there was really some built-in inherent bias here, that in fact the decision makers perhaps did have some implicit or explicit bias against particular demographics taxpayers, we'd see that in the appeal process, because remember, these appeals are in person, right? These people actually stand up in front of that board and ask for relief. And so these boards at this point are probably be pretty aware of at least the race of these individuals. We're not saying income, but of course they know the property values, and we're probably, there's going to be some physical evidence if they're standing in front of you, what their race might be. So the good news is we are not seeing any evidence of systemic bias in appeal results. Let's flip this to the next slide here, and this has got some of the data here supporting or why we're reaching this conclusion. And you see here, these are appeal rates. Again, we think appeal rates have shown evidence of varying based on taxpayer demographics. And what I broken it out here are, we took all of those 152 census block groups and broke them into majority white neighborhoods and majority minority neighborhoods. Again, we did not know the race of the individual taxpayers. And as you can see, there's a substantial difference between appeal rates. Now it got better. Look between 2016 and 2019. That difference shrank, and that's good news. And perhaps that means we're working toward getting it much more equivalent, but there's still a difference. There's still a difference. And then we took the highest quartile minority percentage with the neighborhoods with the highest minority percentages as compared to the ones with the lowest minority residential percentages. And again, you see the differences there, rather substantial, but getting better. You see it improve from 2016 to 2019. So one thing we can think about going in the future is continuous every 3 or 4 years, depending on what the county's reappraisal cycle is, and seeing if we're seeing continued improvement, which would be great news. The biggest difference is the last category there, the difference between the highest value properties, basically the top, roughly about the top 20%, and the lowest 20% of property values, a substantial difference. Again, it got slightly better, but still, that's a big difference there. So we did not see as much improvement there in terms of the differences based on property value. But this is the data that led us to conclude we are seeing some relationship between taxpayer demographic and appeal rates. Again, I don't have any data on appeal results because the good news, we didn't see any. It was essentially random. It was basically a flat line with some variation, but no consistent connection between taxpayer demographic and appeal results. So that is my both the details as well as the most important bottom lines. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And I know Dwayne's got a few more slides here to talk about some related issues in the tax office.
If we could go on to the next couple of slides and we'll finish out the presentation. So commissioners, we can't do research like that and put it on the bookshelf and say we've done it, we're good, that's enough. Once we have research like this, we have to follow up and look at the actual data. So how is the data stacking up in Durham County? And I want to emphasize that the graph before you now is a single point in time. That relationship, which I'll explain in just a moment, it could change at any time. But right now, when I often go to the board and say that we're good from an equity standpoint, and I show you the ratios, But I can't say that with confidence without doing something like this in the background. This is what's in the background. What you have before you is a scatter diagram, and it has, each blue dot is a census tract in Durham County. On the horizontal axis, you have the percent of non-white population. And on the vertical axis, you have the sales ratio. The sales ratio, as you may recall, but for the public's benefit, the sales ratio shows what percentage tax assessments are of market sales. The market sales we used in this graph is for the calendar year of 2020. The assessments are for 2019, which is our last general reappraisal. Now you have a red line going through the chart. That red line is automatically generated by Microsoft Excel. It's called a trend line. And it's you can tell the relationship of the data without the trend line, but the trend line helps make it more clear. So the red line going across the chart shows the relationship of the data at this time. And I will mention that the relationship is unintentionally exaggerated. I really zoomed in on the sales ratios, which make that line, it looks a little sharper than it actually is. The relationship is pretty flat, which is great. It means that it doesn't matter where you fall on that horizontal axis. It doesn't matter if the census tract is at 10% non-white or at 100% non-white. The relationship is pretty flat right now. Now that could change at any time. But as of right now, when I say the data looks good from an equity standpoint, this is the work that goes on behind the scenes to really look at the data. Next slide, please. Got a few bullet points here on reappraisal design. And we have delayed our reappraisal from January 1 of 23 to January 1 of 26 at this point in time. And I want to talk about the reappraisal design that will go into the next reappraisal. Knowing this, this research study and knowing how our data sits now and knowing the opportunities we have, let's talk about some things we can do to help make a rainbow for the next reappraisal. So if I were conducting a SWOT analysis, new visitor in the queue. If I were conducting a SWOT analysis, this would be a threat of the next reappraisal. While the assessment gap isn't there now, it certainly, as Mr. McLaughlin has gone through his research, it certainly is a threat and should be intentionally monitored. It shouldn't be disregarded. It should be built into the assessment process to make sure the outcomes are fair. This is a threat when we're thinking about the reappraisal design. Along with that, we've got a few years before the next reappraisal. And I always have been a strong advocate on upfront and ongoing public education. Reappraisal is not something that is just contained to the tax office. It's not something that is done just by sending a new notice of value. It's a community process. And it's something that the community needs to be involved in much more upfront than even after the fact. Making sure they know the inputs, making sure they understand what's happening, and then on the backside, educating them on how it was done, and if you don't agree with it, here's how you can appeal your value, which kind of ties into the next bullet, continuing to unencumber the steps to appeal, making the appeal process simple. We don't want it to be cumbersome. You don't need a fee appraisal. You don't need to spend money to appeal informally. Continue to educate the public on those fronts and let them know it's simple, give them the data, explain how to use the data, and make sure they're comfortable with the outcome that comes from a reappraisal. And then lastly, probably the biggest opportunity we have with this, per the census data, Durham County home ownership rate is at 54.4%. We have a large rental population in Durham. And I'm not suggesting this is happening. I'm suggesting that it could happen. It could be that a landlord has his or her property value go up as a result of a reappraisal. And that the tenant pays the taxes indirectly, right? So the landlord could view the tax bill increase as a cost of doing business. And what happens? The rent is raised. And there's potential for displacing those tenants there. And it reminds me a lot of the ERAP program and helping tenants with ever rising rents. The opportunity here is to some way, somehow empower the tenants to look at their value, empower the tenants to understand how that value is determined, because that tenant is going to pay the taxes. He or she may not know that, may not understand that. The tenant is going to pay the taxes. And if there's an increase, that is a big, big threat to our reappraisal. And I know the commissioner's goals as well. Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation. We are happy to take any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Benson. And Mr. McLaughlin, thank you so much for this presentation. Great presentation. And, you know, the School of Government, we rely on you and your teammates over there a lot. When I saw this presentation in our document here, I got excited about the fact that you were doing this work. Given that we are organizing a racial equity commission, which means drilling down into our systems and looking at the systemic biases that's in all of our systems, because it's there, because it's never been looked at and researched. So we have the biases are there. So as I read through this, I am really proud that you're taking a look at this, because when I hear from the community, people that go through the appeals process, it's not always favorable to Black and brown people. You know, it's there. And how do we really change that is significant. And as you said, education, so that people understand what it means to even go through the appeals process. This is a very intimidating process. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about, Dwayne, how you go about educating people that don't understand this process.
Something
Can you
I've
talk
done
about that a little bit more?
Absolutely. Something I've done in the past, which was very well received. I conducted a 2017 reappraisal in Orange County. And this was an award-winning program where we had a video shoot. A local producer came into my office and shot a series of videos. So video one was on introduction to reappraisal, the very basics. Then it kind of advanced through video 2 and video 3. And I came up with the phrase of helping taxpayers be successful in their appeal, which you don't hear a lot from tax assessors, but helping them be successful, telling them what they need to know in the appeal. So they would, the taxpayers, the community, anybody, business professionals, they would watch these videos, which were 5 to 7 minutes long. And then we created a quiz on the website. After watching the videos, they would go to the website and take just a 10-question quiz on what they had just watched. And once they passed the quiz, it was set up in a way that you couldn't fail. You could have tried it multiple times if you wanted to. But once they passed the quiz, we awarded them a revaluation officer certificate. So that gave them something to show that they were involved in the process, that they watched these videos, and it gave them a little reward at the end by having a certificate, being I think it was a citizen revaluation officer. And you know, Madam Chair, one of the biggest things that you can do, which is much harder these days with COVID, community presentations, getting out into the community, going to your churches, going to your senior centers. That is, I always say that there's a science part of a reappraisal. There's also a very strong art part. And when you take both of those together, you know, the science has an answer. The art, that's getting out in the community, and that's talking with constituents and residents and making sure they understand the process. You're not going to reach everybody, but you can use different mediums, videos, town halls, boots on the ground. You can use different mediums to spread this information, including the tax bills. Tax bills go to everybody. Endless sources to educate the community.
Dwayne, I appreciate that. If I could just jump in, and I
Sure.
fully agree, and Dwayne is very much on the forefront of being proactive about this. That information component, right? First of all, starting off by just educating people that we all have the same goal, both taxpayer and tax office, right? What's the goal of this appraisal? To set it at true market value, right? Our goal is not to maximize the tax base. That's not the goal of the tax office. The goal is to set the tax base at the true market value on a property by property basis. And so starting from that basis, that we both, taxpayer and tax office, are trying to obtain the same goal. That education, that neighborhood community effort to let folks know this is not a complicated or expensive process, right? Pick up the phone, go online if you can, and also point out, we were just focusing on formal appeals, the appeals that actually got to the Board of Equalization Review. There are a much larger number of the informal appeals which are resolved when the taxpayer says, hey, this just seems wrong to me. Can you help me out? And you know what? Dwayne in his office is going to say, wow, we blew that one. You're right. We did. We just didn't see those comps. So thanks for sharing that. And so many, and Dwayne will have numbers more than I'm going to be aware of them, are how many resolved before we even get to the Board of ENR. But recognizing it can be a very casual conversation to start the process. In fact, it can happen completely online, I believe, Dwayne. The last time I was involved, when I went on and clicked a few buttons online, if folks they have some computer savvy, don't even have to have it involved in person, which might be intimidating, right? To have to come in before a board. I get it. That sounds intimidating. Reminding people, attorneys do not need to be involved. We do not require a physical inspection of your home. For a lot of people, that would be a barrier, and I understand why that would be a barrier. Reminding them, we don't need to do that. Now, if you're going to argue about interior features, there may be a need, right? But for the most part, we're really not doing that. We're really looking at comparable sales, similarly sized homes in similar neighborhoods, right? So we don't need to physically inspect the inside of your home. Conveying that information, I'll point out right now, and Dwayne, you mentioned Orange County, but since you've left and you may be following this, there's some major controversy in Orange County about appraisals, because Orange County just went through an appraisal this year of neighborhoods right around University of North Carolina, some traditional minority neighborhoods, some traditionally Black neighborhoods, that the prices appear, the tax appraisals at least, have shot up tremendously. I think in large part that's being pushed because the rental market has now become very profitable. So we're seeing, again, it's true market value. If folks who want to turn these houses into rental homes are willing to pay more, that's going to raise the market value. But there are some longtime residents now who are concerned about that. And the first step was just reminding them, okay, if you think yours is too high, we'll talk about neighborhood-wide solutions next. But you need to file an appeal, right, and get that done now. So just reminding folks, and we can have neighbor organizations or the county be as proactive as possible to get these people to actually raise their hand and say, hey, would you just take another look at my appraisal because it seems a little high? And oftentimes that's going to lead to success just by that, just taking that small step.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Board members, questions, comments? Commissioner Burns?
Mine is quick, and there are just so many questions. But I'm not going to put Dwayne. Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin. Thank you, Dwayne. Excuse me. Thank you, interim GM Brinson. Working on it. Put some respect on that brother's name. One of the things that I do want to make sure I kind of sort of uplift, even if it's just rhetorically, some things that we need to think about. And I'm just one mind. So, of course, Dr. and GM Brinson jump in. But kind of two questions, and you all can play around with it. Have we really dug deeper into the research to understand like why Black and brown people or Black and brown residents are not seeking reassessments, right? We can do all the education we want to, like we did all the education we wanted to about COVID, but our folks are still saying, no, and we know why, right? We know why. So many of us on here, especially a lot of the people of color, like we've lost people due to COVID. We did education to exhaustion. And so maybe kind of sort of looking at the historical relationship between people of color and these systems, because sometimes it's not just about the process of the reassessment or the access to the reassessment or the education about the reassessment. We don't want to deal with the system because the system has has not always, well, excuse me, not always, is not. And that is not a critique of Dwayne. That is a critique. And it honestly, it's a critique of some of the people on this camera, you know, are untrustworthy. So, but not a critique of Dwayne. And I think also, you know, G and Brinson, you brought up something else about, you know, the education piece. And you said that this was about a system. So besides educating Black and Brown people, like what are we willing to change kind of sort of structurally, since this is a systems issue, right? So we can't, he mentioned town halls, he mentioned we could send out emails, but again, so much of this is also not about the public, it's about how do we change it here. And I know I've seen your staff, I've seen how you work with your staff, but I think that those are some of the things, that's where the rubber meets the road. Like, if it is a systems issue, if it is structural, then we have to work within the system to make it more appealing. Because I think that there's a direct correlation to how these policies are developed and a direct correlation as to why people might not be seeking assessments. So Dwayne, maybe you can talk about some of the stuff you're doing in your office and we write a white paper on it and you and I win an award. It's about me, it's not about you. and just kind of sort of talk about how we can do some of those things, because I don't think we can just solve it with some of the outreach where we know that the problem is the people that come up with the policies.
Yeah.
I know that was a lot.
I'll take just a moment to respond, Madam Chair, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Your first question, why Black and Brown aren't appealing as much as the more white neighborhoods. You know, one of the, I talked about I'm not going to reiterate the education component and all that, but one thing that I remember about Obama's administration is that he was the first president that, in my opinion, he was the first president that showed that he was a person. You know, the president, it's always been just this title at the White House, and Obama came in and he started tweeting, and he came down to Chapel Hill and played basketball with the 2009 championship team. He showed that he was a person. And I think, in my opinion, and just off the cuff here, when you think about institutions, you view it as an institution and not the people of that institution. And I think the more that we are out in the community, the more that the taxpayers see that we are people. And I hate to use the old cliche that we're here to help. We're from the government. We're here to help, but we really are. Just getting out in the community and just showing we're people too. We're here. We want to do the right thing. And then transitioning to your second question. These are just brief comments. We'll follow up. But stopping and analyzing preliminary results, right? So not just letting the final results do the talking. Not just doing the process and letting the final results be it. Stopping, looking at it from a neighborhood data set where you can look at census data as well, looking at the preliminary results. And then if you need to pivot, if the systems aren't working right, if you need to pivot, then making that adjustment at that point. But Commissioner Burns, excellent questions, and we certainly can follow up on that.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And thank you so much to you, Chris McLaughlin, and Dwayne, and everybody who has worked on this, your team in the tax office. This is amazing. I mean, last week we celebrated, you know, all these international designations and the certification, the tax office, and then at the same time, that you're partnering on this important research is just amazing to me. I was really glad to see the results of at least the second part of the study that shows that in terms of the appeal process, we don't see the same type of inequities. It was really interesting to me to see the difference between 2016 and 2017. And you do see a lot more of the, I think, more equitable numbers with 2019. And I was wondering, I had mentioned this to Dwayne in an email. Chris, did you look at kind of what other factors may be at place? Because I'm sure, as you know, in 2019 is when we implemented some improvements in the appeals process and having the automatic online comparables for people. And we also implemented a much easier online form for people just to fill out. And I don't know if you had looked at, Chris, whether those types of factors were at play between 2016 or 2019, or any other best practices nationally to address this issue?
Sure. So I did not look specifically at those characteristics. I will say I benefited from them. That's what I was mentioning earlier, that I thought that was terrific to be able to go online. Now, obviously, I'm presumably a more educated individual about this particular topic, not in life in general, but about property taxes. But even I thought this was great, to be able to go on there and just click a few buttons. It seems to me the biggest obvious difference there is the fact that was a 3-year cycle, right? That was a compressed cycle. And right, in a perfect world, we would be reappraising every year, right? Because what's the goal? The goal is true market value. So if we wait 8 years, okay, I can't tell you whether those appraisals are going to be too high or too low, but I can tell you they ain't going to be at market value anymore after 8 years, right? And so, but of course, from a practical standpoint, money and time, no county can do this every year. But look at the overall appeal rate, right? The overall appeal rate went from 5.4 to 4.2. That's a substantial reduction. So what that tells you is that probably we did a better. Durham was closer to market value on average, right? We did a better job. At least we didn't get the attention of as many taxpayers because it had only been 3 years. So less chance for big, huge swings between market value and tax. Now, it still happened, of course, in some neighborhoods, especially downtown. We saw tremendous appreciation, which is great news for the tax base. But that, that variation, you're going to see less thereof if you're only doing it every 3 years. Now, Dwayne, you're saying we're going back to a longer period next time, right? So I would expect you're going to see a slightly higher appeal rate because it's simply going to be greater chances of variation. When you compress the appeal rate down to 4.2, right? We're going to see a compressed variation between different neighborhoods and different demographics. So some of it is just simply because the tax office, right, there were fewer years, less opportunity for being farther away from market value. Appeals dropped, so we saw less variation between neighborhoods because we were compressing the number of appeals total. So I think that does argue in favor of, if you can do it, right, the more often you reappraise, the better, from not only from an efficiency standpoint, an effectiveness standpoint, but also from an equity standpoint. We're going to be probably more accurate compared to market value if we do it every 3 years as opposed to every 8 years. But that comes down to money, without question. So no, I did not look, in terms of best practices, a lot of things we just heard about here today, whether we're making it first step online, educating folks, outreach to neighborhoods. And of course, really, there are two components, right? A lot of that education stuff talks about, well, after the appraisal is done, what do we do to encourage appeals and inform people of appeals? On the front end, though, well, what did we do to get it right to begin with? And Dwayne talked about that, are we going to have to commit the resources? Are we going to make sure that we're getting actually boots on the ground and doing some, perhaps more walk-bys of properties in certain neighborhoods that maybe we have been ignoring for a while? Now, the stats Dwayne showed suggest there is not a big difference or much of a difference at all between neighborhoods in terms of sales assessment ratios, which is great news. But to continue that, want to make sure some neighborhoods that perhaps we have traditionally not paid enough attention to, we need to make sure that we do. And it's a potential double-edged sword, because then we're saying, well, wait a minute, how come you're doing all this work in the minority neighborhoods? You're trying to raise our taxes around here. Well, the argument is we're trying to make sure we get it to market value. We want to make sure that we're not shooting too high in this neighborhood in terms of appraisal value. So, but I can imagine the image, the PR approach, how that might be interpreted, could be misinterpreted, I should say, could be read incorrectly, even though the goal is to try to get it more accurate, make sure we're not intentionally ignoring these neighborhoods in terms of equity and accuracy. But again, bottom line is, I think if you can keep it to a shorter reappraisal period, it's probably better in many different aspects.
All right. Well, thank you, Chris. And our board did adopt a policy of getting to 4-year appraisals from the 8-year, and we've had a little hiccup with implementing some new technology in the tax department, but I know we're gonna try to get back to that, as you stated. I think the other issue is also just folks not understanding what market value is, and that we are required by state statute to have our tax system based on that. And that is something that we as local government don't have control over. And it's part of the system of capitalism related to housing, which, you know, we could have a whole conversation about the problems with that. But I don't know if you have any thoughts, Dwayne and Chris, about how do we even educate, you know, or have this conversation about what is market value.
Right, and you're absolutely spot on there, Vice Chair Jacobs. Some of the appeals, quite a lot of appeals, are based on a % increase. Right, it's not. We can hit market value on the bullseye if there were such a thing. You know, market value is more of a range of value. It's not a scientific number. It's more of a range of value. It's an estimate of value. But the basis for appeal is often the % of increase. And kind of exacerbating that issue, the public, some members of the public view the increase as a year-over-year increase. So let's say that we have a 4-year reappraisal. They view, let's say we had a reappraisal January 1, 2019, and we have one coming up January 1, 2023, hypothetically, right? The increase that comes in 2023, they would view as an increase from 22 to 23, not from 19 to 23. So that's a problem as well. As how can my value go up this much in 1 year? And we have in Durham, we have some citizens here who've said, I just don't think it should go up this much. You know, there's a certain percentage that it should go up. So that creates some confusion. But you're right, and you know, other situations, we have some really good landlords in Durham County that are very much pro affordable housing. But Vice Chair Jacobs, as you mentioned, we have to capture market value, that estimate of market value. They may be renting to low-income people, and they want us to base that value off the income they're receiving. And for residential properties, you just don't usually use income in estimating market value for residential properties. You estimate it based on what the property would sell for. So there are a number. Reappraisals are challenging. I've done a few of them. Reappraisals they're fun, but they're challenging. They're fun because you get out in the community and you get to talk to people, which I really enjoy doing. But they bring some challenges as well. And those are just a few of them.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. I just also wanted to express my opinion that this is a really very interesting body of research, and really appreciate you all presenting it to us today. I was looking at all the attachments, Dr. McLaughlin and Mr. Brinson, that you provided for us on the agenda, and one of them talked more about the sales tax ratio and the tax burden that you can look at the sort of tax burden rate by county as far as sales tax ratios go for more expensive homes versus less expensive homes. And in Durham, you know, we were, I don't know, 69th most regressive, I believe, in the state for that particular data point, which is not good. And I'm glad that Dwayne, you showed us that graph, though by race, it looks like it's not quite that extreme. The tax burden on non-white homeowners versus white. The line in Durham for that looked flatter, I guess, than the line based on actual value of the home. Anyway, it just seems to me that this is another really important point of intervention. And I don't know exactly what the policy change would be to correct this systemic inequity, but would be real open to suggestions or ideas other than more frequent revaluation. But clearly this is a problem nationwide. A greater burden that the tax system that we currently have puts on lower income homeowners, homeowners of color, et cetera. And we're trying to rectify that. And if there is something that we can do locally, we're all ears.
I do want to just jump in. That study, which is where I said you can go and plug in a county and see a study and analysis based on county, almost any county in the country. Durham's result was, I think we were the 69th least regressive or most progressive. So that's we were in the let's put it this way, however you count from the better or the worse, we were in the best third of the state. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I am saying we were, at least if you look at the 98 counties in North Carolina that were included in the study, we were in the least regressive third or most progressive third, depending on how you flip it back and forth.
I see that now. I did reverse that. Thank you so much. That's important. Still, we want to get better, but thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, other questions or concerns? Well, thank you both. Dwayne Brinson and Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank
Chris
you.
McLaughlin, thank you so much for this excellent presentation and the research that you and your team are doing, because it takes a lot of research and it takes a team. So thank you so much for this. Okay. All right. We have one more item, commissioners, before we break for lunch. This is something that we've been working on for quite some time. And this is a resolution to enact an ordinance prohibiting discrimination in public accommodations and employment. So the board is requested to receive this resolution to enact an ordinance prohibiting discrimination in public accommodation employment. As I stated, this ordinance would establish protection and promote the equal treatment of all individuals and provide freedom from discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, creed, color, sex, pregnancy, all of the, and on and on and on, and I'll allow we've got Curtis Massey, our attorney, and Joanne Pierce to present this item.
Good morning again to the board and the community. There's not much to say. The only thing I can say is it's always the right time to do the right thing. And I am delighted to serve in any capacity to support the work around equity for everyone. That's all I have. It's a good day.
So interim county manager has had you using all of your skills sets.
A good day for this. I'm glad about it.
So commissioners, comments, and questions. Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just really excited about this moment for Durham County to move forward with this and join the many local governments across the state on this really important ordinance. I just want to thank you, Joanne, and Interim Manager Hager, Curtis, everybody who has worked on this. I also want to thank everyone from Equality NC for their leadership on this. I remember I was in a meeting, I believe last December, when they first launched this effort. And I know their guidance has also been really important. And as you said, General Manager Pierce, this, it's just really important that we are making sure that we are in a community that people are able to live free of discrimination in all forms, and that we have equal treatment for all people in our community. And this ordinance will help us to actualize that. I do have one question, which is just related to the process on page 6, number 5. it talks about as the next steps, that there'll be some policies, General Manager Pierce, that you and your team will come up with. And I'm just wondering, process-wise, will you bring those policies back to our board to at least discuss them with us? Just wondering about that process.
I saw interim manager about to queue up and say something, but yes, we will work on that, the drafting of that, and certainly share that with you. Also, I wanted to share that we did invite Equality NC to participate in this moment with us. And perhaps just because of our schedule, the work session, your work session schedule, they probably weren't able to join us, but they also celebrate with us for this moment. But yes, to answer your initial question, as we draft the policies and procedures, we certainly want you to obviously look at those.
Great, thank you. And hopefully they can be with us on Monday night when we actually approve it. Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Chair Howerton, and thank you so much, GM Pierce and Attorney Massey, for helping us get through this. It was a long process, and I know we put a lot of work on y'all to get this passed, but I really appreciate the way that you were very diligent with every aspect of it, of making sure we're protecting Durham County residents and also the county. I just had one quick question. On page 3, under the definitions, were C and D supposed to be the same definition?
Yes, ma'am. In that definition, and for the benefit of the other members, it had to do with extending the protections that were requested for hairstyle and texture. Now, hair texture has long been recognized as a component of race or an example of race. And there had been frequent proposals and efforts in the courts to protect hairstyle as an expression of either of race or national origin. And the courts have been hesitant on that topic. But when the decision was made to include and extend those protections, it seemed the best way to do that was by just including them within the definition of both of those categories. And that's why it's identical, except that you'll notice the first one in C is for national origin and D is for race.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Commissioner Burns.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No
So
distortion.
really quick. I just want, I always like to kind of sort of give some historical perspective and also give some context. So if the public is watching, you all will remember that we actually took the time this spring to say we did not want just a simple resolution. We did not just want a simple proclamation, because many bodies had done resolutions and proclamations, and we still saw little Black girls getting beads cut out of their hair at Durham Public Schools. We saw it twice, and we saw no movement made. We still saw people getting discriminated against, and we still saw some really sad posters go up. So I do want you all to know there's a reason why we not only have a GM on here and have all of our board members, but we also have an attorney. While I cannot speak about what was said in a closed session, what I can say is that when it came to making sure that this ordinance was stronger, in private conversations with each of these board members, there was no hesitation that we did not want something that was strong, that would wrap around and support every one of Durham's residents. So when I've seen so many people on message boards say Durham County, doesn't care. I remember when Commissioner Jacobs and I brought it up to Commissioner Howerton. Well, let's just give them a proclamation so that they will stop yelling at us and continue to do our work. And we got the proclamation done because we didn't want people to think that we were tone deaf. But as 5 women, we have a collective responsibility of thinking, how can we build something that's going to outlast all 5 of us? And so I'm hopeful that you all will see this ordinance as a move, as a step in the right direction. And it's also something that we can build upon. And I think that that's really important. Curtis Massey, thank you so much. There were days, I'm pretty sure, that the conversations were very hard and we beat up on you so much. I remember, but I'm thankful for you. And it's interesting that you brought up hair. I think about some of the things that we saw in apartheid South Africa, where they would do a comb test. And if the comb went through your hair, you were white. If the comb could not go through your hair, you were black. So oftentimes you would have people who were considered black and white in the same household just because of hair. And that's as recently as of 1992. So when people say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Recently, Judge Shamika Reinhart, someone, when she had her afro picked out at our courthouse, put a picture of her up. I wouldn't share this if she hadn't shared it on Facebook. They put a picture of her up. I remember when I had my afro out one day at USDA and people said, oh, she stuck her finger in an electric socket. They did the same thing to Judge Reinhart. And she admitted that she cried for the rest of the day at the office. So it's not just, you can have the most important position. You can be an elected official. You can be a judge. So I do want people to know the reason why we waited so long to make sure we get it right is because we know what it feels like. And I'm just happy to say that all 5 of my colleagues, it didn't hesitate, but actually push forward so that we could have something stronger. And I do look forward to having Equality NC with us, hopefully next week. And I do know that some of my colleagues have met with them and some of us will meet with them also. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to be quiet now.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Any other comments? Commissioner Carter.
Yes, just quickly add my voice to the words of appreciation to staff. And one question, Curtis, I know you and I had talked in the past, and I think maybe now we'll be able to do this. And I think it's probably included in that process list you gave us where we look at our policies and our contracts. But in particular, I'm thinking about our contracts. And will we now be able to include in our contracts language that expands the categories that are protected from discrimination to include all of those in this ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, that's one of the provisions in the ordinance. Bear with me. 15-65. As I believe you're aware, and certainly the acting county attorney, Willie Darby, who's got the lead on transactions, is probably much better versed on this than I. We currently do have within our standard form contract provisions delineating the protections that have to be afforded. And that can and will be extended to my understanding, but certainly our ordinance is going to require it. And one of the things that the ordinance does is really extend the authority and reach to those entities that contract with us.
Very good. Just wanted confirmation on that. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to say, Curtis, you can, maybe your phone will stop ringing a little bit for a minute.
Oh no, there's plenty more to do.
Ms. Pierce, you have a comment?
Just one, and I don't want us to miss it. I want us to just pause and take in this moment because, I'm not before you often, but when I am before you, I'm always talking about, we need systems change. We need structural change. We need policy, practice, and procedure changes so that we can affect people more than the folks we can touch for generations. And I wanted you to pause and take that moment because this is equity at work and this is a systems change. It's not a program. It's not an intervention. It's true systems change for equity. Just wanted us to notice that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce, because this is what we talk about. This is what you call being about it. We can talk about equity till the cows come home. but being about it is a totally different thing. So thank you so much. Attorney Darby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to all the commissioners. I want to just publicly thank Curtis for the work, the fine work done on this project. And I just want to encourage him to get geared up. The fight is not over. Just stay geared up, and we shall all encounter this together and overcome it all together. Thank you, Curtis, publicly.
Yeah, just one other thing that I was thinking as we're talking about it, and you think here it is 2021, and we're still having to deal with these kinds of issues around race, around discrimination in 2021. My Lord. Thank you so much. We move on to a lunch break. So it is 11:55. We come back at 12:20. Does that give you enough time, commissioners, or do you want to go till 12:30? Which? 12:20? All right, we'll be back at 12:20 to resume. Thank you. So are my commissioners back? Let's see. We got 3 commissioners. Yes. So it's 12:21. We're going to go ahead and get started. I suppose Commissioner Jacobs and Commissioner Burns just popped in. So our next item, and I see our citizens on the line already with this conversation. So 210675 is our next item, and it's Durham Cultural Advisory Board request to support cultural master plan development. So the board has requested to receive this presentation regarding its request that the city and the county jointly support development of a new cultural master plan. Let's see, I'm sure we've all been communicated around this, and we are asking the board to hear the presentation and ask any questions that they may have. I see Yvonne Coleman is here, and if you would like to introduce your team, I will turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Howerton, for allowing us to be on the agenda. We send greetings to all of the commissioners and to the interim county manager, and we appreciate your time. I'm going to turn things over to Angela Lee. There are 4 of us presenting today. Angela, are you present?
I am, yes.
Okay, so Angela will kick us off.
Okay.
Thank you, Yvonne. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners and staff. As Yvonne said, I am Angela Lee. I'm Chair of Durham's Cultural Advisory Board, and I'm speaking in support of CAB's proposal for allocation of joint funding for a new Durham Cultural Master Plan. You've met Yvonne, and there are other CAB members who will be joining this presentation, and we thank you very much for your time today. We are here to not only discuss the need for a new cultural master plan, but also to demonstrate why the time for renewed cultural master planning is now. CAB was created in 2004 by Durham City Council and Durham County Commission, and our charge remains to advise the city and county regarding implementation of arts and cultural policy and to advocate for the arts in Durham. CAB consists of 15 volunteers appointed by city and county with staff support from general services. And our subcommittee, the Public Art Committee, also consists of 15 volunteers. Next slide, please. In setting our goals for this year, we were motivated to focus on the infrastructure that supports the arts ecosystem that has helped to make Durham, Durham. And so that's really why we're here today, to demonstrate this important work and this need, and to advocate for joint funding. Next slide, please. And I will go ahead and turn it over to my colleague.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Angela. And thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Laura Ritchie. I'm a newer member of the Durham Cultural Advisory Board, but I've worked here in the Durham arts community for 10 years, primarily as the founder and director of the CARIC, an arts organization that closed in 2019 after its 8-year run. I've been supporting fellow CAB members, Katie Clune and Yvonne Coleman's leadership in this effort. And Yvonne will speak next to close out our presentation today. So the last cultural master plan for Durham was completed in 2004. Since then, the city has really transformed. In the last 20 years, the Durham County population has increased by almost 44%, a growth rate significantly higher than the state and the country. What we may think of today as the foundations of art and culture for Durham, DPAC, the National Museum of Art, ADF's Broad Street Studio, the Museum of Durham History, home of Walltown's Children's Theater. None of these existed in 2004. And the area around Motorco, the DIY district, was boarded up and vacant, and Durham's quintessential public art projects and murals were still years away in the making. While the physical landscape of arts and culture in our city has changed dramatically, city funding for the arts has not grown proportionately to the growth of Durham. Our funding infrastructure has not kept pace with our changing demographics and the stressors of a booming real estate market. Durham's growth has really made artists vulnerable. Next slide, please. Some of you will remember that about 2 years ago, a group of independent artists in Durham self-organized to lobby City Council to increase funding to address what could be interpreted as a crisis of support. At the request of Mayor Schul, the Cultural Advisory Board formally endorsed this proposal to increase funding for artists and arts organizations by $1.35 million, and then COVID hit. To date, the City County has not granted any COVID relief funding to artists or arts organizations. Next slide, please. To address this, beginning roughly a year ago, the Cultural Advisory Board began to conduct research to demonstrate the need for evaluating, sustaining, and planning for the future of our arts and cultural ecosystem. The bulk of this research is in the white paper that you've now had a chance to read, but we'll cite a few key findings here. We partnered with the Durham Arts Council to include 5 questions on their COVID impact survey in December of 2020. And we found that only 77% of respondents were confident that they will be in existence in 5 years, and 5% said it was a toss-up. We also hosted meetings with 3 cross-representative groups to better understand the current realities that individual artists and arts organizations face. And we learned the following. The greatest needs are increased funding, both private and public, and general operating support, capacity building for staff, and increased diversity and equity training. Programmers wish for fewer financial and logistical pressures around outdoor events, and individuals express the need for an entity, such as an arts office, working to secure private funding for the broader arts and culture ecosystem, and especially for the multicultural, intergenerational events that bring our community together. I'll pass it to you, Yvonne.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So what is this cultural master planning? Cultural planning is a public process where representatives of the community are really engaged in assessing what we have, determining a vision for the future. What do we want our community to look like, and to create a plan, tactics, strategy, et cetera, to address those things, and particularly to address sustainability. We're using a very broad definition of arts and culture in that we are including science, arts education, humanities, history. The library is a part of this sector, and significant community engagement is a key piece to culture master planning. It is also important to note that cultural and racial equity are central components. What we are hoping to do with our cultural master plan process is something where it isn't just roundtables and public dialogues where the last plan had well over 500 people involved. We want to include a creative component to engage our artists and creatives in the process and not just being interviewed, if you will. There's no current active planning document that comprehensively address Durham's arts and cultural ecosystem. Next slide, please. So why do we need it? The sector, the arts and culture ecosystem is very, very fragile. We were fragile before COVID, and as you can imagine, even more fragile now. And as my colleague mentioned, the city, Durham County, has set aside any COVID relief funds specifically for this sector, like so many other CompSet communities have done. Durham is going to continue to grow. It is going to continue to develop. This sector generated $154 million in economic activity, and that was in 2015. We know that number was higher prior to COVID, and it certainly will be higher shortly. as things come back to what I'm calling our new normal. There are various documents that both the city and the county has developed, that's listed here, where it mentioned snippets, if you will, pieces of what our community value, the importance of neighborhoods, but no document exists where it is comprehensively looking at arts and culture. Next slide, please. This is pretty dramatic. 47 entities closed since 2004. Some moved, and we would add Spirit House as one of those who has moved around. But I want to add that numerous artists and creatives and people who work for these small nonprofits have not been able to afford to live and to work in Durham. There are a number of artists and creative workers who have had to move, particularly if they were looking for a space to both create as well as to live. But a number of artists have had to leave town because they could not afford to live here. And that is something that we also need to look at. If we don't plan, we're going to lose more. It's just that simple. Next slide, please. So it is critical that we think about the long term for our community, that we think about what do we want to keep in that we enjoy? What are we missing? How do we increase the engagement in various neighborhoods? How do we decentralize some things that we have? How do we give greater access to the resources and the activities that we have? Neighborhood revitalization, community building, all of those are aspects in which the arts and culture sector is concerned with every day. And these artists, these organizations are on the front line of whatever is going on in our community, particularly those organizations that are deeply rooted in their community for what they do. So with this, Durham really does deserve the best. We are behind some of our comp set cities in having a strategic plan. We are behind our comp set cities in terms of funding. We are behind in comp set cities of having clear tactics that will move all of our agenda and move our community forward. And lastly, I'll leave you with a couple of things. One, as this world is changing so greatly, and we've all read about it, the data that people collect on us can predict our behaviors. We have to keep our humanities. We have to keep our creativity. We have to support those things that are indigenous to Durham, and we have to keep that uniqueness. So I leave you with these two questions. What do you enjoy now? Because there's a risk that it might not be there if we don't do something. And what would you like to see that maybe we don't have now? Thank you for listening to us. We look forward to hearing your comments and questions about this important item. And we're here to bring forth the topic for your consideration in the future. We anticipate this plan would cost about $300,000. And again, I want to stress that we would like to have a creative component and not just the usual focus group roundtables, town halls, surveys. We'd like to have a creative component because that's how we do things in Durham. We do things our way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Chair Lee and Ms. Ritchie, thank you so much for your presentation. I have a couple of questions, and this is something that we've been talking about for quite some time, that we needed to do this. Just for clarification is for my questions are coming from. I'm going to ask a couple and then I'm going to turn it over to the board for them to ask questions as well. There were in your documents, there was a statement about a consultant. allocating funds for consultant. Has that happened?
Absolutely not.
It has not.
We're at the stage where we are asking both the city and the county for funding. No steering committee has been formed. None of that has happened, and the steering committee would be instrumental in the selection of the consultant.
I mean, I was very shocked when I saw the number of companies, businesses that have gone out of business. That was pretty shocking to see that. And my other question before I turn it over to the board is, I didn't see a budget.
We did not present a budget. Our goal here was to bring this item to your attention. And however it can be, whatever the appropriate next step, working with both bodies, then more details would be forthcoming.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Board members, questions, comments? Commissioner Burns?
Yes, ma'am, I will be quick. Thank you all for bringing this item. I've talked to a few of you all, and I've talked to some of the other members. So while I'm happy it was brought forward, I won't say share the disappointment that committee, because she didn't actually say it. I will say that I was hopeful, and I kept refreshing because I thought we would get a budget, because I talked to some of you all some months ago about this particular request, because for me, I can understand not wanting to do roundtables, and I can understand wanting to have a creative component, but I would need like a definition for that, right? You're asking for ARPA funds, and I know that people say, well, you haven't, given any money out or said any money that will be directed toward this. It's because the ARPA fund is very structural. Now, as a grants manager, I can be really creative and think of ways, because there's a workforce impact that we could draw a line between workforce, between impact. And I also, when you all come back to us and when you start to work with us, I want some definitions for artists, right? Because I think and I'm not saying anybody here, this is again, like Commissioner Howard has said, for clarification, some people, when they think artists, they think about painting. But we all know that artists are sculptors, they're musicians, and some of the spaces that have closed. I would also ask that you all make some updates. I'm just going to because I don't want y'all to think it's a criticism or a critique. When it comes back, I just have some expectations, because I do love the arts. And I often tell people, think about your favorite restaurant, think about your favorite place to sit down and listen to music. It might be gone in a year or two. We've seen the McDonald's that's downtown right now close permanently. We see our KFCs closing in the middle of the day. We see the Starbucks closing at 6. And a lot of this has to do with workforce. But what I will say, BU moved, but that's because they were leasing the space and they decided to own. So that is the reason why they moved. And now they have 3 more. So I also want this list, when y'all come back to us, make sure we have all the details correct, because what we don't want to say is somebody moved to close and they didn't. We're actually happy that somebody chose to not lease, but go to own it. So my big things are, when we, because I know we will. Yvonne, I know you play with fire, because I see you like on the Memorial Stadium board, like your questions always, I say, oh, well, let me take this back to the board. I might be in trouble. I look at Mo for help. Mo looks at me like, you better look at Yvonne. Like, okay, all right. And no help from you, Mo? All right. So I would love to see a budget, and I would love to see and it doesn't have to be perfect, but what that creative component looks like, because if that looks like grants being given out, if that looks like trying to support someone, not grant, I'm just giving an example, right? I see you shaking, or maybe we're going to support someone, give somebody an opportunity that, doesn't usually get one. Maybe when in some of these county buildings, we set up a program where they could put their art out. For some of you all who were there at the ribbon cutting for the new affordable house, I know Commissioner Lom, you were there. They actually put local artists in the affordable housing units, right? So if there are things that we can do that way, just let me know what that creative component looks like, so that y'all won't shake your head and I'm just out here, making stuff up. So I just like to see that. But it's been a while, and Durham is a arts abundant place, and we don't want to lose that. But thank you, ladies, and those are just some of the things I'll be looking for. But it's not a no for me. I know y'all always worry. So I do love the arts.
Commissioner Lum? I'm sorry, Commissioner, almost call you Commissioner Coleman.
She treats us like it's.
No, thank you. I'm just a volunteer in the community.
And let me just say this, and I meant to say it while I was speaking a few minutes ago, is I want to say thank you to all of you that serve on this committee. That's a lot of work that you invest, a lot of time.
Amen.
And as a board, we appreciate the work that you do. So thank you. Now, Ms. Coleman, and then I'll call, and
I just want to add that to thank a lot of people who you don't see who has worked very hard on this. One quick thing, Commissioner Burns, we will have those traditional kinds of elements that you do in a planning process. There will be roundtables, there will be things like that. This creative component hasn't been defined, but it isn't about giving grants or giving an artist a place to exhibit. We want to create something where artists are actually engaged in the strategy development through some creative way. And it really hasn't been defined. It really hasn't been defined. It's something that, some artists raised in a roundtable, and we think that's a unique way and a unique component, and we don't know what that looks like yet, but more to come. Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Just wanted to make sure. Thanks, Chair Howerton. Thank you so much, Laura, Angela, Yvonne. This is really exciting for the county to be able to be a part of this. I had a question that I don't want to put Assistant GM Perry on the spot, but maybe for later if he wants to answer this. I know with the old DSS building, we had talked about, and we haven't come up with the final plan of that, but talked about different artist spaces within that building. So if there's any communication between the Cultural Advisory Board and the team that's working on that project.
You just put him on the spot.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I hope you all can see and hear me. Yeah, we are continuing conversations with a lot of stakeholders in the community about the potentials for that project. As you know, commissioners, our next step are for staff to sort of meet internally to come up with some recommendations. And then once we bring forward those recommendations, we'll better be more definitive, I would say, with what that project will look like. So we will continue those discussions, but that's a great point, and we appreciate you reminding us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you as well to Laura, Yvonne, and Angela, and everyone who's been a part of this. I support the idea of really having an actionable cultural arts master plan. I've been in Durham long enough now to really mourn some of the things like the Durham Blues Festival that is just, we don't have the same way that we did. Even seeing Art of Cool and Moog Fest come and go, and knowing and organizations like Man Bites Dog, just how hard it is to sustain a lot of the things that I think we all take for granted in our community. And I appreciate the role that each of you have personally played in really sustaining and supporting artists in our community. I think that the heart of this, it is an economic development issue to me, but it's also like the heart and soul of Durham. I don't feel like we have, the arts is what brings us all together. It's what makes us all human. And I know in my own life, the arts are so important to me. And there's so many ways that we know the only way we can impact people is actually the most powerful way is through the arts. whether you're watching a play or listening to music or going to see an exhibit or any type of performance, a lot of times that's the only way that powerful concepts can really move people in their hearts and then in their minds. And we both have to happen. So I don't think we can really understate the importance of having a thriving arts community in Durham. I think this also has to be looked at in the context, which you alluded to, of our affordable housing crisis. We know that artists go to places where there is low-cost housing and low-cost studios. So I hope that the plan will look at all of the big picture of what are the barriers and what are the solutions and what are the things that the city can do, the county can do, Durham Public Schools, all of our institutions. What can they all do to support a thriving arts community? And then I'm glad you're talking about the private sector, because again, government can't do it all. And Commissioner Alam mentioned a really important recent, thing that we're looking at, which I strongly support, which is using part of our old DSS building for artist studios and even a creative space in the basement, whether it's a black box theater or recording studio. And I know part of the main library, we built in technology there to try to, again, support creativity and technology related to the arts. So one of my questions is, we did get the ARPA submission that Sherry DeVries submitted. And I agree that we need to provide economic COVID relief, as Commissioner Burns alluded to, that that there is a case to be made related to economic impacts, that we have not, we haven't looked at artists as small business people the way we have supported small businesses in other areas related to COVID. But we haven't looked at that related to artists. And as you noted in your report, very few artists have gotten COVID relief. I'm wondering if this funding for this plan could also be, and I guess this might be, obviously for staff and the interim county manager, whether the city and county managers could look at how this may be funded by through the ARPA funding as well. And as a part of that bigger proposal that we got, if it is possible to look at that.
So Commissioner Jacobs, my understanding today is for a presentation to us and the county manager and staff. And then when you start talking about funding, that's for them to go back and to begin to see what can happen, but not to have a funding conversation today. So can we hold off on that, Commissioner Jacobs?
Sure, absolutely. And the other thing is just thinking that this would be a good topic for a joint city county meeting in the future.
Yes. Yeah.
At our next meeting, since this would be something that would be a joint effort. So thank you for bringing this to us and for your efforts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thanks so much. And I really appreciate you all coming and being at our meeting today and presenting this in person to us, Yvonne, Laura, and Angela. And I thought that your white paper was extremely helpful. And I feel very, very supportive of this. I like plans, and we had one before that was quite successful. And I think I was on the school board at the time and participated in some of those sessions to develop the plan, and just really believed in it, and hope that we will do that again. Was it the occupancy tax that went towards supporting that plan's development and its implementation before? Okay. So that also might be something we consider, I guess, as a source of funding for something like this going forward. And my only real question is, how does this proposal coming from you all connect at all with the Durham Arts Council and some of the proposals it has for, increased funding for the arts and culture in our community? And I should know that. I should know, are they connected to the board that you all serve on to advise us? Totally separate? Just wondering about that.
By the Arts Council was one that CAP was very involved in developing, and as was the Arts Council involved in developing the white paper. So we are all collaborating very strongly in all of that. The larger proposal that the Arts Council has presented on behalf of the community does include 300,000 or some, I think it does include 300,000 for the cultural master plan. But let me state clearly that we are leaving it obviously to your discretion to decide what pot of money to come from.
Sure. Well, thank you. That's very helpful. And again, thanks for your service and for being such good advisors for us on everything related to art and culture.
And thank you again. And I was just noticing that your document said that the occupancy tax was allocated for 15 years and it has ended. Is that correct?
No, the occupancy tax was used, some funds of the occupancy tax was used to pay for the plan, and a few $100,000 was set aside for the first few years of implementation. That money is gone. It was a one-time use and allocated back in 2004.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And I think you can hear from all of us that we support this, and it's just a matter of getting it worked out.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we are down to commissioner comments. 210637. Commissioners have comments. If you don't have a lot of comments, one of the things that I love for Deborah Craig Ray, she sent us a document. I'm looking for it. On bills and budgets and lots of good information. And I'd like to see if she'd like to like to comment on this. Any particular areas you'd like to make a comment on, Deborah?
The only thing that I will say, good, I guess it's good afternoon to everyone. I would like to say that right now, all eyes are, of course, on a budget solution. We think we're very close. The governor and the leadership from the General Assembly are sending signals that they think they're close. And so we're just standing by and waiting and listening. The other thing that is, of course, critical is the work that's going on redistricting. As you know, there have been several hearings that have been held over the past couple of weeks. The maps have started to come out. Independent groups are actually grading some of the maps, and I know you've seen news reports about certain maps are getting failing grades, and then of course others, or one or two, are getting an A grade. Actually, I saw some. So again, that's the focus this week. What I did hear was that if there's not a budget in the next couple of days, we may be looking at moving back to those little mini budgets that we've seen over the past maybe 3 years. So again, we're just on watchful eye as to what's going on Jones Street. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Comments from commissioners? Anything to report? Commissioner Burns?
Mine is just really quick. I think sometimes, we do a good job of talking about what happens, during our consent agenda, and we don't get to flesh out sometimes what it actually looks like in the community. So we've been given funding to BU Cafe, as some of you all know. I think last week's regular session, we allotted an additional $400,000 for the community. For those who have not seen, the BU Food Project is currently open and accepting applications from seniors. So that's just some of our work actually going in the application, getting meals to people. And so if you're 55 or older, I'm trying to figure out a way we can put it out there because we know that everybody can't get online. So I always try to lift it up. They're sharing information, but if you suffer from any diseases, if you're immunocompromised, they will work to get meals to you. It's been successful. That's why we continue to fund them. So I know that we're sharing that on our networks, but I just wanted to lift that up, that when I want people to know that when we do things on consent agenda and it goes somewhere, it actually starts, it might not seem like it, but it actually starts to open up. The other thing I wanted to point out, and I'm going to not get in trouble. I'll do the second one. The second one is tomorrow's election day. So I do hope that everyone votes. I can say that and say, do your civic duty. Polls will be open from 6:30 to 7:30. I want to go ahead and thank in advance our Board of Election staff. Derek, I know you all people have been having parties at the polls, and you all have had to, be wranglers. I remember one day I felt the signs had blown down. I was trying to carry signs back. So I appreciate everything you all do. I appreciate everything you all are going to do tomorrow, because you will have to burn some late midnight oil. And last but not least, this is the thing that might get me into some trouble, but I have talked to a couple of folks about it, some people on the board, some people on our school board. Outside of what we have seen happen on the city council, I don't know how we jump into this. And again, I know you all are going to beat me up about it. Why bring it up in commissioners' comments? I think it's high time that we have a conversation about how we can improve the salaries of our DPS school board members. I don't know what that conversation looks like. I know that they do not have access to the things that we have, to some of the equipment we have, to the phones that we have. And I just want you all to know, I've talked to a few board members. This is a long time ago. I think they do a lot of great work covering over 50 schools. And maybe it would be nice if we supported them just a little bit more. Again, I don't know what that's going to look like. I know how much flack the city took, but I don't think what happened at the city should preclude us from doing what's right for our school board members. I can remember years ago when there were members who tried to uplift an increase, and they were shot down, and they were shot down for all the wrong reasons. And I'm just hopeful as a board, we can think of some way to be economically somewhat more just to those board members. And I'll stop there.
So Commissioner Burns, I don't think it's something that we can do. So we can talk about it later, but
letting y'all know what my vote's gonna be.
Well, yeah, the school board has to do that themselves.
They do.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had one update I wanted to share that I'm really excited about from the Criminal Justice Advisory Council that Gudrun Palmer, myself, and GM Miller are actually working on resolution of a person first resolution to use more inclusive language when speaking about people who are justice involved. And so that at our last meeting, we went through a first draft of that resolution, and GM Miller and Gudrun are super amazing and helpful, and they're helping iron out all the final details. So hopefully we'll be able to pass that. Well, I think we'll be able to pass that on our board, but just wanted to share that.
Else, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. Yeah, and I know we haven't had this item for a while, so it's good to touch base. I just wanted to share that I attended the Community Wellness and Safety Task Force hosted a town hall that was actually like 2 days recently. And it was the Friday session actually had directors of 3 different programs in 3 different cities. One was San Francisco, one was Denver, and I'm forgetting, I think the third was maybe Albuquerque. The actual directors of the community response teams present. So if you have a chance to listen to those, at least that part, it was really great. And I just want to follow up on one issue that was raised was again about the importance of starting with the 911 data. And so I guess I would just want to get an update from our staff. I don't know if it's General Manager Miller or Interim Manager Hager, if we've been able to engage in a conversation with the Office of the Sheriff yet about how we can start looking at the 911 data for the Office of the Sheriff. We do have it from the city, obviously, from the RTI study. But just wondering if there's any updates related to that request.
I will follow up with Jody on that one and let us tell you where we are. We have so many balls in the air right now. And so let me follow back up and give the board an update later.
Right, that would be great.
And could we also, I just want to throw out there that went to their general counsel. So I know you all are saying GM Miller, but a lot of, no offense, you know, we need to follow up with, you need to follow up with his general counsel because that's where FOIA requests go. So when I was in the meeting, when that request was made, and the most that they could possibly do is aggregate data. I know you all jump in and out of the Wellness and Safety Task Force meetings, but I'm at all of them. So that request first came in by knocking on the door, and then it came in via a FOIA request. So it might be nice to actually ask the attorney that got it about where it is.
We'll follow up.
Thank you. And related to that, I had asked this in a meeting, I know with, or been in conversation with our chair and our manager on this, but whether we could get, have the co-chairs of the Community Wellness and Safety Task Force maybe come to the next joint city-county meeting to save them from having to do individual presentations, but that may be around at least the 6-month mark or so, just to get a report, or if it's a written report, whatever, you know, would be convenient for them. It would be great, especially since in the first of 2022 is when we're going to start getting the intercept report. And so it would be good to hear if they do have any recommendations at this point, or just an idea of what kinds of things they're, you know, what's, you know, just the work that's been happening from them would be, I would appreciate that.
Mr. Jacobs, I think it's going to have to wait until 2022. And you really want, and the other thing that I would recommend is that you've got a new city council mayor that's going to be seated next month, and you want them to be a part of that conversation. So I would recommend that that we hold off on that until because when do we have another joint city county? Do we have one in November?
I don't think so.
So we won't have another one until next year anyway. So we'll look at pulling that together sometime first of the year.
Right. Yeah, I think that'll be great timing.
Yeah.
And I just want to quickly mention too, I know almost all the general managers, some of our board members and our interim manager were part of the Triangle J event on Thursday, which was about strategic foresight. Was very exciting. And I will share that out when the recording comes out from that, because it made me really excited about us revising our strategic plan and just doing that with a more futuristic approach. So I'll share that when I have it.
Okay, Commissioner Carter, anything for you?
Well, I like to try to think, is there any policy relevant issue or discussion that I've been part of that I might share with you all at this time? I don't I always want to be very careful not to bring up a policy discussion that's not on the agenda. But I would like to say that I think it would be good for us all to be aware that the Homeless Services Advisory Committee is going to be coming forward with an advocacy recommendation, something that hasn't happened heretofore during my tenure on the board anyway, but I think it's really excellent that they're doing that. And anyway, they're going to be coming forward recommending that we set aside a certain number of the affordable units in the 300 and 500 Main Street developments for people experiencing homelessness, or within that 30% AMI. And so that will be something that we'll be able to discuss in the future and might be thinking about it now. And then the only other really thing is if you're interested in attending a tail wagging fun event, you might want to go online and do the virtual Tales at Twilight Gala, which is a fundraiser for the Animal Protection Society. It was discussed at the Animal Services meeting. I've been to this in person and it surely was a lot of fun. And I'm sure it'll be fun online as well. So go to their website and check out how to participate in that if you're interested. I know there's a lot of animal lovers on our board.
Thank you. Commissioner Alum.
Sorry, Chair, I just had one more, I think, for all of our board. I know it's not related to county work, but I just want to give a deep, deep congratulations to our clerk, Monica Toomer, who just got married and is returning. I think she's back at work today from her honeymoon, but just wanted to extend congratulations to her because I know her daughter sometimes also watches these meetings.
Thank you. Thank you. And we all say congratulations to Monica. I just have one thing. I attended a community fathers event on yesterday, and Randy Trice and the community fathers, it was really very well put together, had a good crowd, and the certificates that were passed out to the fathers, it was very touching. And I don't think we think about how much fathers do in our community and the significance they are to their in their children's lives. And men in the community that if they don't have children, they can still stand in that space for fathers. So I just want to lift up how much I appreciate Randy doing that and continue to do that work because our children need it. I think that's all that I have right now. And if it's nothing else, commissioners, we have a closed session. So the board is requested to adjourn into closed session to discuss matters relating to location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public body in negotiations pursuant to GS 143-318-11A4. And also to consult attorney-client privilege to consult with attorney employee. I think that's the same one. And then we have the personnel GS 143-318.11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointment or condition of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. Get a motion to move into closed session.
Madam Chair, I move that we move into a closed session for the reasons stated.
You.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Lum, second by Commissioner Burns. And I get a clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Long,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
Aye. 5-0, we're moving into closed session. So we have met in closed session. No action was taken. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Carter, second by Commissioner Lum. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Lum. Aye.
Okay.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
Approved 4-0. We have adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.